Very good morning to everyone. I think we are good to go. We had 120 people registered, so we thought if we waited a little longer, it will be good to allow them to make their way through to the venue. But I think we'll have to proceed with our program. And just to welcome everyone and to thank you for freeing up your Saturday morning and becoming part of this conversation with us. My name is Mos Ntla. I chair the Defend Our Democracy movement, and it's my delight to facilitate this first part of our discussion today. Obviously, we're a couple of months away from the elections, and everybody is working furiously to make sure that all of these elections are all they promise to be, which is give South Africans an opportunity to shape their future. And with that, we do expect that there will be a very good product from the IEC by way of delivery of these elections. They haven't failed us in the past, and so we have no reason to suspect they might this time around. But however, as civil society, we thought it wise to actually be engaged in monitoring of these elections so that we can arrive at an independent assessment of the integrity or otherwise of this, so that we're able to get that extra assurance. Now, the reason we're gathered today is that since 2016, you'll recall, and 2021 local government elections, certain South African municipalities have experienced coalition governments. These coalitions have in some ways been characterized by instability, and this has impacted on service delivery. This has raised uncertainty about how potential coalitions will be run at provincial and national level if the 29 May 2024 election results require that coalitions government are the way forward and that they are to be formed. So the Defend Our Democracy movement thought it important to convene civil society leaders to ensure that there is an understanding of potential coalition scenarios and what this may mean for the country that for the post-election scenario of our society, both at provincial as well as national level. So today we intend to draw a set of lessons from the experiences of coalitions in other countries where applicable to the South African context, as well as learnings from South Africa's own local government coalition experience. So we have a lot of those comparative studies to have a look at and to figure out for ourselves how to think about the future of this country. The session also aims to determine a set of coalition guidelines which civil society organizations can prepare ahead of the 2024 elections and put these to the political parties. This will include expectations on public accountability and transparency of coalition governments. So we have on the program today both voices from civil society as well as academia, and also we'll also get to listen to the views of several political party representatives later this afternoon. We are sure that the discussion will be insightful, and we hope to engage with your perspectives through the course of the day. And naturally, we also lament the fact that this is happening at this level, and it's a conversation we would very much wish that it was happening across the length and breadth of our country, where the voters will take to the polls and make their acts so that there is a maturing of how that translates into life on the ground after coalitions have been formed. So without wasting much time, we'd like to go straight ahead and call our next speaker for the presentation about possible coalition governments at a provincial and national level and their ideological orientation and implications for service delivery in our country. And as you know, this virtually brought a complete standstill in those experiments where we had these local governments. And so our presenter today will be Dr. Ismail Vadi, former member of the Executive Council for Roads and Transport in the Gauteng Provincial Government. And prior to that, he served as a member of Parliament since 1994 until 2020 for the ANC. He has lectured in the Faculty of Education at the University of Witwatersrand, and he has served on the board of the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. He has published in education, transport, security studies, and liberation history. Currently, he is a senior research association. I'm not leaving anything. Every detail is important. So let's put our hands together and welcome Ismail Vadi.
Who's loading on the presentation? There we are. Good morning, everybody. And Reverend Moss, thank you very much for this words of welcome and introduction. I'm going to have to speak to you over the next 25 minutes or so on the issue of possible coalitions in the country, what the implications are for us, and what might work and what might not work in this country, particularly at national and provincial levels. So the first point I want to make is that we are in an era of absolute unpredictability. This is internationally or globally, but also, in our own country, we can't predict with any degree of certainty what would be political outcomes in the country or even social outcomes. If we just take a snapshot of the last 2 or 3 years in our own country, nobody really, even globally, we didn't expect the COVID-19 pandemic, for example. And when that hard lockdown took place, I think we were all in a state of shock, trying to reorganize, readjust, the global lifestyle. We knew when I was in Parliament in early years that there was a looming sort of energy crisis, but we thought that it was contained and it was going to be managed, only to find that politicians failed in terms of discharging their responsibility in this particular field. And we've now had prolonged load shedding in the country. We're told that it might end at the end of this year. I don't know if it's an election gimmick or not. But the reality is that the knock-on effect of extensive load shedding has been quite devastating for businesses, small business particularly, but also for all of us in the way in which we have to readjust our lifestyle. Then came the July 2021 uprisings or attempted insurrection, as some people would want us to believe. It wasn't predicted. Is this thing working? Okay. In that, 6 or 7 days, the degree of instability and damage to public infrastructure, to social existence, particularly in KZN, and the political instability and insecurity that it had generated, I think, took everybody by surprise. Certainly the politicians, were flat-footed. Even the security services were flat-footed. And in a matter of weeks, in 1 week, the damage to the economy is estimated at 50 billion rands. And I think in the provinces, some of them are still reeling, particularly in KZN, they are still reeling from that. Who predicted the Russia-Ukraine war or the Gaza-Israel war that is still going on and the massive damage that is taking place there, and the disruption of lives and the deaths of so many people. And of course, there's natural disasters. Last year, Pakistan, for example, 1/3 of the country was underwater because of the flooding in that particular society, and the disruption, the social dislocation that takes place. And who predicted the return of former President Jacob Zuma into active formal politics and a leader of another party? So this is what I'm, I think, indicating, that nothing is predictable at the moment. We can have a sense of scenario, but I don't think anybody can say for certainty what is likely to happen, even on May the 29th. So I'm not going to go into too much of details around scenario planning. There have been the HSRC scenarios that have been given. Mapungubwe Institute has also presented a number of scenarios, and I suppose Clem Sante was famous for this kind of thing a decade or so ago. But if one distills whatever is there on the table, we can really put it down to, we are into a period of turbulence. Nothing indicates that our society is stable at the moment and is likely to be stable over the next 10 years. We are entering stormy waters, or we are in stormy waters. It might become more turbulent with significant or large-scale social disorder. It is possible in this country, like we had in July 2021, but we're also possibly entering uncharted waters. And why do I say that? From 1948 till today, we've had single-party political dominance, at least at a formal governmental level. So 1948 to 1994 was the National Party dominated, although it was a racially based party and the vast majority of people were excluded from that. But we had one party dominating the political scene as the government of the day. And from 1994 to today, we've had the ANC virtually dominating politics. But we might be entering an era where that is no longer going to be possible. And that's what I'm going to try and unpack. And nobody knows what the implications are. So we've got a few years of coalition government in the 3 metros and 1 or 2 other metros. And we're all aware of the degree of instability. In this week alone, another mayor was removed in Ekurhuleni, and it's like a circus. You know, it's just what you call these things, chairs, rotating chairs or something like that. Yeah, it's this kids, the game that kids play. It's becoming like that, and nobody cares about the impact of that on service delivery, on what ordinary citizens feel. So if you look at our metros in Gauteng, where 80% of the people reside, these metros are in serious stress. They're showing signs of dysfunctionality, actually. And politicians don't care. They're worried about their own positions and trading posts and those kinds of things. But the ordinary citizen on the ground, and now we've got the Joburg Citizens Alliance that's emerging, or crisis committee that's trying to emerge to say, how do we put the politicians on terms under pressure? So all I'm saying is that in the next decade, all the research is showing that we are going to be in an unstable sort of environment or climate. And the prospects for stability, economic growth, social stability in the short term seem to be limited at this stage. The critical factor is leadership. We can get out of this morass if we get the right combination of leaders in government, in civil society, in the private sector, and in the labor movement. And I think most people will agree that part of our problem is just the dearth of good, competent leaders and the crisis of leadership we have in the country. It's almost as if we are in a kind of inertia. We know what to do, but we can't get down to doing it. Or the will isn't there, and the combination of factors are just not there for the main players, civil society, business, labor, and government, to pull together, to structure a social compact, a national compact, which says, these are the 5 major priorities for our country, and we're moving on this. There's no compromise on that. We can't get it right. So that's what we, and the elections are about generating political leaders in a sense. It is government in government. And if you look at the candidates list, I must say, it doesn't really show that there's I can't make a generalization, but if I look at the parties that I'm familiar with, I can't say for certainty that there's really a new breed of outstanding leaders, bright sparks emerging. That's worrisome because that's the future. We are in a period of generational shift in terms of political party leaders, at least for the more established parties. But is the quality there? And I don't think I feel, satisfied or confident about future prospects. So, what are the big issues about the elections? It's not the nose, right? That's not the big. It might actually be about that also. I don't know. I think it makes a statement. Sometimes what the cartoonists can say, you can spend many hours trying to explain it, but they capture it. So what are the big issues for our elections, at least for the next 5-6 weeks, that we're all going to be concerned with? And we've got to make decisions personally. I mean, my history is ANC, but I've also got to reflect seriously about the choice or choices I'm going to be making. It's not a given, I think, that, that's where it will be. We need to think very seriously about these things. So the first big thing is this, that we now completed with the voter registration process. Just about over 27 million people have registered out of 42 million. So that means that 14.5 million people have not registered. They are eligible as voters, they are 18 plus, but they didn't bother to register. So almost a third of our society will not be participating in this election, even if they want to, because they're just not registered voters. Now that's very high, actually. Okay, so you're ruling out 1/3 of people in a sense. And then if 65% of people have now registered, and if you're predicting a poll of about 60%, then you can do the calculations and you realize that a good number of people, close on to 50% of our population might not actually be voting if you have a 60% poll. I mean, I haven't done the maths on that, but it is worrying that the numbers of people actually participating is not increasing, it's actually declining. And then the election dates, we are familiar with the election around April, but we know the weather is unpredictable. So if it happens to be a cold day or heavy downpour, well, that will have an impact on voter turnout. It always does. But we're almost on the board, entering winter, and particularly in the evenings from 6 onwards, I mean, when you expect a rush of last-minute voters, it might not happen if there's a downpour, and I think the weather is unpredictable. So one of the policy questions that we as civil society might want to start flagging is, shouldn't it become automatic that a person who turns 18 years old, gets an ID, that person should automatically be considered to be a registered voter? Why must we go through this whole process every time there's an election of registering people? It should just be automatic. So your last place of residence, your address, that's where you are registered, and unless you've changed, then it's your obligation to go and change where your voting station will be. But we should be automatically registered. I don't know why in 30 years after this democracy, we're still struggling around the issue of voter registration. So that's something which I think practically that civil societies then can start campaigning around over the next year or two, because it will require an amendment, simple amendment to the Electoral Act. Second important point is just previously we were accustomed to 2 ballot papers. We are now going to have 3 ballot papers. And that is really the Constitutional Court ruling on the issue of independent candidates. So we will have a ballot paper for 200 seats, national to national, that we understand is the old terms. That's party political. So you're voting strictly for a political party. And then you have another ballot now, which is going to be called the regional ballot. So from your province, and there's the map there, each province is allocated a number of seats, on paper at least, and that makes up the additional 200 seats in parliament, and you vote on a regional ballot for your candidate to parliament from your region. A region is basically a province, but to distinguish from the provincial ballot, it's called the regional ballot. And then you have your provincial ballot for the legislature. So you will have 3 ballots, and we put such a fight, I think civil society put up such a fight for greater space for independent candidates to emerge. I think there are not more than 10 independent candidates who eventually registered, who are now registered with the INC. So again, it's just that the threshold was too high, and the onerous requirements for an independent candidate to participate and to be compliant as compared to a political party. I think the political parties in parliament really shortchanged this idea of independent candidates. They're basically preserving party political terrain. And so this campaign for a further amendment to the Electoral Act around independent candidates is something that we should still be looking at more carefully over the next few years, because I think not enough space has been created, and the conditions or the compliance requirements are quite onerous. So there are a few independent candidates, and it will be good to see what will happen. Most of them seem to be contesting in the provincial legislature rather than at the province to national or the regional list. But it's a step forward. I think it is a step forward. Okay. Yeah. All right, so there have been a number of polls since November 2022. So that's not last year, towards the end of last year. And then several polls were conducted last year, and then now from February to April, there have been a few polls, I think 1 or 2 polls that have been conducted. So what I've done is just given you a snapshot of that, because it does indicate, possible electoral trends. As I said, this is no indication of what will be the actual outcome. It's unpredictable. That's the word I want you to keep in mind. It's unpredictable, and nobody can say for certainty. So if you look at just on the left hand with the red and greenish, so we've had the Brentus Foundation poll in November 22, the Ipsos Inclusive Society Institute in April 23, Social Research Foundation, August 23, October, Ipsos again. April this year, ENCA had a straw poll, and then April again, Social Research Foundation released some results. So if you look at the possible political fortunes of political parties, all of them seem to indicate that the ANC may not make 50% in this poll. The one key variable in all of this is voter turnout. And if the voter turnout is very high, by very high we say 65% plus, the ANC's results are likely to be lower. And if the voter turnout is very low, say 40% or 45%, then the ANC's percentage turnout, percentage outcome will also be lower. So if there's an average poll of around, say, 55, 60%, these are possible voter outcomes, or possible outcomes for the ANC. But if 5 polls are showing that it might be under 50%, so the point I made earlier on, we might be entering an era of no dominant, single dominant party in power. If not in this election, then possibly, certainly in 2029. You can see the DA is sort of fluctuating between 20 and 25%. It varies depending on as the mood is changing. And the mood changes quite drastically now in the last few weeks because the temperature rises, people have to make decisions, etc. But it will be just slightly under 25%, if not 25%. The IFP is sort of seems to be settled at around 5% nationally. It doesn't seem to be increasing its percentage support. The EFF was, up until the beginning of the year, was the only party that was showing growth in terms of its campaign and support base, but is now down to about 12%, and that's the factor of MK. Same with the ANC, it's a factor of MK. So roughly, I would just put a ballpark figure. 10% of ANC support is likely going to go to MK, and possibly 4% or 4% of EFF possible support might go to MK. Maybe a marginal percentage of IFP votes in KZN might even go to MK in that particular province. So it does show that the EFF is coming down, but the rise of MK, really from December last year to now, it's what, 5 months, is quite phenomenal. Okay, if you thought of Roger Jardin's experiment, it didn't even take off, okay? And here you just see the strength of a personality, really. It's personality politics, because if you really ask, what's this policy platform of MK, you can't work it out. I don't know, did they have a manifesto launch? I'm not even sure if they had a manifesto launch. But for a party to swing almost 13% nationally, it does say something about the personality or some of the people who are involved in that. Action South Africa seems to be dropping. It was hovering on around 4% last year. The latest polls show that it's dropping. And then the Freedom Front Plus is around 1.5% to 2%. So these are, I mean, in a sense, what, 7 parties that are on the radar screen, and everything else, what we call other, which pollsters just put as other, might be 5 or 6%, but they're not even emerging as 1% parties. So if I take COPE, AZAPO, PAC, some of the newer formations, it doesn't look like they've actually made it onto the radar screen. So I don't want to say this with certainty, but they probably will be 1% or under 1% for the party, depending on the popularity of a newer party. So that's really the snapshot. And I think we have to now factor what would be the implications of this. So the conclusion you can draw is that you might have the ANC as still the largest party, possibly just making 50 or 51%, more likely to be between 40 and 50%. So it will still be the largest party. It will find 1 or 2 small parties as a coalition partner. And my prediction is that it will remain the government at a national level. But the real contest is going to be in Gauteng, in KwaZulu-Natal, and to a lesser extent in the Western Cape. So the fight is really going to be in the for provincial governments. And I think we have to, we should be concerned, because if the metros in Gauteng are anything to go by, I can't see anything really changing if you now have a replication of that in the provincial governments. It's just going to become possibly another political circus. And that's really where we should be fitting in as civil society. What pressure, what campaigns do we mount to make sure that they are more effective? Okay, so all that shows is what I've given you in terms of the graph early on, the statistics. It just gives you an idea. So you can see the ANC support declining. You can see the DA support sort of tapering off around just above under 25%. You can see the purple line at the bottom is really the growth of MK, and then the other smaller parties are more or less where they were at the beginning of the campaign. They haven't really seemed to have made popular appeal amongst the electorate for them to be on the uptake. Next slide, please. All right, so we don't have too much of up-to-date research at the moment on the provinces, but this was the Ipsos poll for October last year that they released. Now, if you look at Gauteng, and I don't think even the ENCA poll that has came out a few weeks ago, I don't think has altered this sort of picture too dramatically. But you're likely to have a hung legislature in Gauteng with no single party having an absolute majority, number one. And number two, even the larger parties might not be able to cobble together a coalition making 51% without the EFF. That's the thing. So the multi-party charter, what the moonshot groupings, okay, will make about 35, 38%. The ANC, if these figures are correct, even with the smaller parties, will just get slightly over 40%. And the possible kingmaker in this province might be the EFF, or it's not predictable, it's not clear what impact MK might have in this province. But we are entering, I think, a very difficult period in Gauteng, where we might end up with a hung legislature. And how you structure these coalitions is going to be quite an important factor. And I'll talk a little bit about it in a few slides down the way. If you look at Western Cape, the latest poll seems to have indicated that the DA has now crossed the 50% mark. So it's about 54, 55%. It's likely to be the government there, so you might have some stability in that particular province. But this was now before the formation, if you look at KwaZulu-Natal, before the formation of MK, again, completely fractured. The politics of that province is fractured. No single party could constitute a government, or no single coalition could have constituted a coalition there. And then bang comes MK into this picture, and it seems to be making a bigger impact. It might be the largest party now in the province, or it could potentially be the largest party in that province. But if you look at the ANC's figures there, I mean, that is quite dramatic. It's a massive, massive drop for the ANC in that province before the formation of MK. So it says something about the politics and the perception of ANC governance in that province. And if you just take eThekwini as a major metro there, I mean, the physical decline of infrastructure, etc., then you can see that people are just not excited about ANC governance in that particular province. So the ANC's got a lot of homework to do there. Next slide, please. So ENC has given us something this year, in this month. This is just KwaZulu-Natal, all right? And I don't know, they said this was a national poll of 3,000, quite geographically quite spread out, etc. But if these figures are anywhere near accurate, you might end up with a completely new power base in KZN. And then if you look at, then it's the IFP, then it's the DA, then it's the ANC, if these figures are anywhere near accurate. So even the multi-party charter will not have enough of support to constitute a government, and MK will not have enough support if it's going to be the largest party to constitute a government. And certainly, if this is correct, the ANC is nowhere near constituting a government. Now, there might be political implications. When you lose power, then, and that province has historically been a volatile province. It's been politically unstable, violent conflict, July 2021. So this, I mean, if you just look at the facts, and the figures might vary eventually on 29th of May, but this seems to be a red flag. And for us in civil society, particularly a grouping like this, what's your strength as civil society in that province to contain a major fallout and to ensure some degree of stability in that province post-29th of May? So this one is a red flag. I think we need to spend some time today to discuss it and to see what kind of work civil society should be doing in that province, well, for the better part of this year to ensure political stability. Slide. All right, so now we just look at some of the publications that have come out around in the last sort of 12 months or so. So this one is by journalists, political journalists, who really say that this year's election is not like any other national election. It is as historic as the 1994 election, because we are at a crossroads. Precisely because we might not have a dominant party coming out of this election. And it's about really the future direction of the country. And it's a chance to do a reset, a political reset, and to affirm the end of this famous word there. I'm not so worried about the Greek word. The judge can explain to us what it means, but the first three letters is, we must be careful of that kind of an outcome. Judge Crickler, maybe you can tell us what that word means, but that first three letters is what concerns me. You can, you can end up with just poor quality leadership across the board or in significant areas, in arenas of governance. And that's going to bring the country down. So it's worth looking at that. It's a nice, good handset book around just a snapshot of where we are. This is an older book by Leon Schreiber. He's in the Democratic Alliance, I think, now as a member of parliament, but the book is still interesting. It was published in 2018. And he makes, well, 3 points. One is that 2 decades from now, so we've had 3 decades of ANC rule, but 2 decades from now, it will seem almost absurd that South African politics was once totally dominated by the ANC. 2, the end of ANC majorities will probably mean the beginning of no majorities. And I think the statistics that I showed seem to indicate that. No majority, possibly in KZN, in Gauteng, possibly even nationally. And what are the implications of this for us? Coalitions is one, but just governance, etc. I mean, we have to now think a decade from now. What will be the outcome of this kind of a scenario? We are a young democracy. As much as we don't like strong majoritarian rule or single party rule, but it does allow for a degree of stability, political stability. At least we've had that. But we might not have that kind of political stability nationally or even provincially in the next decade or 2. And what are the implications of that? I think we have to start considering that. And then 3, on the presumption that the elections will be free and fair. Will the ANC be willing to give up power when its electoral dominance disappears? So far it has. I mean, in the Western Cape, it has lost power for the last 15 years, and the ANC has accepted that. But politics is uncertain. If you look at Zimbabwe, where ZANU-PF, I mean, just refuses to accept, that the opposition might come into power, and then it unleashes a wave of repression that persists for a decade or 2, but it's a low-intensity kind of repression that is operating, but it's disruptive of the process of deepening and maturing a democracy. So I'm not saying we're there, but I think these are things that we have to start thinking about. Zinzi? And then this is really the Brenthurst people and 2 books against by journalists and academics. 4 possible scenarios. One is the good, and this is what we should pray for, okay? Can we get the best possible combination of leaders emerging in either a coalition format or a government of national unity and put the country first? If we get that, maturity of leadership, an inclusive kind of government, whether it's coalition or something resembling a government of national unity, and you really work out a program, a platform for 5-year change, focusing on economic growth, development, reducing poverty, unemployment, I think we can move the country into a different trajectory. But it's going to require mature leadership, broad-minded, broad-shouldered leadership that we sort of had in 1994. The bad, possible ANC-EFF coalition, going a populist, radical populist route in terms of policy and internal jockeying between the partners. Again, possible outcome, seizure of private land, no prosecution of party bosses who are accused of corruption, possibly a one-sided foreign policy. Certainly there will be a flight of capital, possible hyperinflation and economic stress. So that could be a possible negative outcome or negative combination. The ugly is that the ANC remains in power with one or two smaller parties, and then we really carry on as we've been carrying on over the last few years, with a kind of hybrid, willing to change, willing to renew, but then sliding back and unable to deal with its internal contradictions and its policy ambivalence and those kinds of things. And so we will end up with possibly 1-2% economic growth, best case scenario, increasing unemployment in the country, increasing social instability, increasing community protests, and not much in the way of good governance, not highly reformed public service. And then there is another scenario which might not be, but it's where the ruling party just sort of manages a government or coalition. It gets under 40%, and then it's just a grab mentality to eat as much as you can before 2029, because then the writing will be on the wall. But it's not impossible. As I said, nothing is predictable. And KZN might be that kind of a scenario. I don't want to say, don't quote me on that, but I see the media is there. But if you don't have any winners, and so you have a very unstable government, then I think the public interest might be lost altogether. And people, politicians or those in power, have an inward-looking view about really self-interest, and that's the danger. And then citizens lose, the public lose. Sinzi? Okay, so possible coalitions. So we're already having some, indication of what is likely to emerge. So there is the multi-party charter. 11 parties have come into it. Of the 11, 9 have been successfully registered to contest the elections. I've got them there. Collectively, best case scenario is around 1/3 of the voters will possibly go for this kind of a coalition, but it's not enough to form an alternative government. So that's really the dilemma for this coalition. And you would have seen a few days ago, and I'll make a reference to it just now, Steenhuisen is saying, well, the DA might be open to a coalition with the ANC if it means an ANC-EFF coalition is the only possibility other than that. So nothing is cast in stone. There's no religion about this thing, right? It's about pragmatism, and it's about politics and what might work or might not work. So like some people have a very principled, I know from the Muslim community, because of what's happening in Israel and Palestine, like they've got a very passionate approach to politics, but this election is not about that. Actually, it is in one way, but it's not about that. It's about who can govern this country and how. We must have a more flexible approach as civil society attitude towards this. Next slide. Right, this is another coalition that might be in the making. Some have announced publicly that they will go with MK. So that's the African Democratic for Change. That's Rizwan Reddy's outfit, small little outfit in KZN. There's the African Congress for Transformation. I think that is ACE's outfit. Then there's the African Transformation Movement, ATM, they are in parliament. Then there's the African Content Movement. Who is that? That is Slaudi. Slaudi's outfit, that purple thing there, in the Free State. And then there's the All African Alliance Movement. This is really some offshoot of some church movements, independent church movements. Mogoeng was associated with it, but now he says he has a vision that he should not be linked to any particular political party, but he thinks he will be approached to become the president of the country. But he's allied. It looks like he's allied to that. I don't know what the latest play is. But there seems to be some sort of new coalition that seems to be sort of, coalescing, or seems to be some toenadering that is taking place. In the Free State, don't write it off, okay? Because ACE has still got some latent support in that province. Slaudi, possibly a bit of MK. So Free State could be another factor that we need to think about a bit more carefully. As I said, KZN, this is a real factor, which will have to be watched very closely. Next slide, please. Right, so what's the ANC's attitude towards coalitions? As the incumbent or as the governing party, it says that, look, we're not contesting elections to enter a coalition. We think we will win. And our research seems to be showing that we can get 50 or 51 or 52%. So we don't want to discuss coalitions now because that's like already admitting that we're not going to win the elections. All right, that's political power play. That's fine. No. But it had announced late last year already, in October, that it does not want to enter into a coalition with the EFF. And it says it's a proto-fascist party that's run by a dictatorship. And it had asked its structures to review all its coalitions in the metros, which it has now done. There is a report of about 80 coalitions that the ANC is involved in different municipalities. And we will see now, I suppose, just immediately after elections, what's going to happen in the metros. But Ekurhuleni is an indication of what might happen. And then the ANC says it's premature to talk about any coalitions. But interestingly, as I indicated earlier on, the DA says it is open to a possible coalition with the ANC. And if that happens, I mean, just theoretically, if the ANC gets, let's say, 49 or 48%, and the DA gets 20-some-odd percent, that's the big chunk of society. It's like 60, 65% of society. It might be in the public interest or the country's interest if such a coalition does emerge. It's something that we should not just rubbish, but it should be based on a clear set of principles and a clear platform, 5-year program for change. It might be important sort of signaling of what's happening. And then, of course, this week, I think Malema said that he is prepared to enter into a coalition with the ANC. Should the ANC not get 50%, but his condition is that Floyd must be the Minister of Finance. Possibly unwritten text is that I must be the Deputy President. It's probably unwritten, but so that's really, the ANC is holding its card very close to the chest. But then there's all these others that we need to start thinking about. EFF, COPE, PAC, AZAPO, UDM, Rise Mzansi, People's Movement for Change. Marius Fransman in the Western Cape is showing some support. Al-Jama, Good Party, African Independent Movement, Patriotic Alliance. So anybody could get like 0.5%, 0.3% and be part of a coalition and might get a cabinet post, I don't know. But that is where we are. So it is a fractured political terrain. To have many parties contesting might be a good thing for democracy, but it's also a little bit like splashboard. It's a bit too fractured. And I think what society needs is a degree of center ground, middle ground that must hold. Because of the broader social strains in society, we need a middle ground that can take the country forward. So that's just my personal view on the matter. Next slide. I should be wrapping up in a minute or two. They are unwritten or unconsidered, is that the right word? But we have to start thinking about new policy issues around coalitions. At the moment, there's nothing that governs coalitions. There's no regulatory framework. The Constitution allows for it. It's for parties to make choice, so it's like freedom of choice. But I think if we, accepting that in the next decade or two, we might be entering this terrain of no single party dominance, we have to now create a more certain regulatory environment. You can't have a situation like in like in Joburg, where in the last 7 years we've had 9 mayors. I mean, it's just not on. It's a circus. I can't find another word for it. It's just not acceptable for us. 9 mayors. And citizens just accept it. That's the thing. I mean, people just accept it. That's okay. That's how it is. And everywhere you can see things are collapsing. The road infrastructure, everything seems to be collapsing. Water now, such prolonged cuts of water in certain parts of Johannesburg, etc. So we need to create some regulatory environment. Deputy President has raised the issue of 1% threshold. So any party that gets under 1% must be excluded from any coalition agreements. Of course, the very small parties like Azapo and PAC and Al-Jamaa, and all of them are crying foul. But we have this absurd situation. Out of 270 councillors in Joburg, Al-Jamaa got 3 councillors, but they hold the mayorship position. I mean, it's inconceivable, but it's there. Right? So is that kind of a situation? Should we be having a bar, and then parties can choose who can constitute a coalition? Should these agreements be binding on parties? Because like in Joburg, every 9 months or 12 months, there's like new government, right? And new coalitions. So what should be the lifespan? Should it be for a term of office? Should that be regulated by law? These motions of no confidence that we just saw, every now and then you try and then you fail and you try again 3 weeks later. I mean, what kind of politics is that? But we have allowed it. So that needs to be controlled. You have a vote of confidence once a term or mid-term, then you know that you got something to judge on, and it's not just about power play of parties. Should coalitions be announced before an election or after an election? So if you look at in some parts of Europe, parties announce beforehand that they're entering into a coalition. They negotiate a common or joint manifesto. So they got their party manifestos, but they announced a common platform and said, we will be forming a coalition with these 2, 3 parties. This is what we're putting forward to the electorate as a future coalition government. Then you know what you're voting for. You know, then I think that's greater certainty. So if you can do it beforehand, it's better. But then some people will say, but we must wait for the outcome, then we must structure. So that's another issue. And then what public policies underpin coalitions, other than just the personalities and the positions of the politicians? So at the moment, we have got a particular format of coalitions, of parties just coming and then trading positions, really. But should we, in law, and the judges and legal people can help us, should we, in law, stipulate that the 3 largest parties will constitute a government of national unity? We can give it whatever name we want to give it. I'm just using government of national unity because that's what we had in 1994. The ANC, the IFP, even the National Party, PAC. I mean, we brought in everybody and we created stability for that first 2.5 years for the transition period. But you brought in different skills. Yes, their ideological positions are different, but you brought in different skills. So should we be thinking more, not just about loose coalitions, but more structured governments of national unity, or you can find the right word for it. I'm just using it because it's a the terminology that we're familiar with. And should we regulate it in law? So that it's not left to discretion. You know, the top 3 parties, they will come, they must form a government, and those formulas are worked out, and you trade the positions, and that's the platform for the new government. So important point there, when voters don't give a single party a firm mandate, it means that leaders must transcend their differences to act in the public interest. For now, leaders have been acting in self-interest for positions, portfolios, where I'm the MMC of this, or I'm going to be the minister of that. I think we need to break that kind of a mold that is there. It should be in the public interest. So we haven't given you a majority, any single party. What we're asking is that you must combine with other parties and then do something in our interest, not in your own interest. Next. Now this one is a sensitive one. Political violence and instability in the run-up to the elections. So campaigning is becoming a little bit hot at the moment. It's getting a bit hot, it's fine. There's this last-minute legal challenges now. That creates uncertainty because the ISC has to print a ballot paper. Do you print a ballot paper with Jacob Zuma's face, for example? You've got really weeks now, okay? Now the matter might go to court. I don't know what the outcome will be or whether the court will entertain it at this late hour. But you see, that creates uncertainty. That raises political temperature. And on the ground, the forces, we are too prone to violent, tactical approaches in localities, and certainly in KZN. And then there's the issue of should this election outcome be disputed? So already some are saying, if we don't get so much, then this is a flawed election. We've been robbed. Now, you can't enter, I mean, you can't be serious about politics when you enter the game on that basis. If I don't get 65%, then it's a cooked election. Then what will you do after that? Well, then you might threaten violence. So this issue of political stability, violence on the ground over the next 2 to 3 months is an important question. And I think there we have a major role to play as civil society. And then will the elections be free and fair? So already you saw ACE's statement the other day. He says, I was there, I know, we can rig the elections. Now, I mean, for a former Secretary General of a ruling party to say that, I mean, it's quite shocking. It has always, I mean, the last elections have never really been disputed. Generally, they've been saying free and fair. Okay, there might have been some flashpoint here and there or something, but generally the public was certain and satisfied that we've had free and fair elections. But when somebody says something like that, then you just poison the mind, and you poison the atmosphere, and that's dangerous, because it might portend what you might be thinking of doing should you not come into power. So that's really what I'm concerned about. And then the last slide, Zinzi, and that's really the importance of this campaign that Defend Our Democracy and perhaps 1 or 2 other groups have launched, of monitoring the elections as independent civil society, being on the ground, try and help diffuse. It's not just standing there and monitoring, because if there's a tense situation, we must facilitate a resolution of that, calm the waters. And people get angry at their polling stations, temperature rises. We must be able to say, no, comrades, wait, let's solve this thing. That's the role of civil society. Monitor that it's credible. And as I said, deployment to KZN is going to be a major issue for DOD or any group that's monitoring the elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vadi, for that. I think you've given us food for thought and a sense of interpreting for ourselves the moment we're in as South African voters and what we're about to create on the 29th of May. And so we, as you might be aware, we've run out of time, and I think we'd like to do justice to that in terms of the program. We have much more time than will allow you for questions. So we'll try to limit the question and answer discussions to a little over 10 minutes, 10 if possible, but let's see if we can do that. We do have those who are following these proceedings on YouTube. The good thing with that is that they don't have the possibility to ask questions, so you'll have to ask questions that represent what they might have wanted to ask, so that in answering them, we cover them as well. But let's see if there are any interactions. There is a hand at the back there. Let's start with you, sir, and then we'll come to you. I think we'll take a couple of questions at a time, so that Dr. Vadi can respond. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the brilliant presentation and overview from Dr. Vali. The first question, I want to try to argue it to be put on a campaigning point. It's a notion that we're on a par when we're in the same boat, more or less, when it comes to technological evolution. So the basic tenet for that is simple. Technology evolves exponentially, while us evolve linearly, all right? So the impact of technology on elections, on democracy, is really, really, really massive. So again, if we have the debate or discussing around the ID question, which is, to make sure that whoever have an ID automatically vote, I would really like to align the question of technology to that as a campaigning point at some point, so that we do justice in discussing that. So that's what I wanted to suggest. That's number one. But number two, quickly, for Doc, I just wanted you to be much more graphic in terms of the quality of leadership. Because it seems to me like most of us really, really complain about the quality of the leadership in the country, but also globally. You know, the US have a similar problem. 2 old men who could be, one of them might end up in the White House. So they're worried about, you know, the quality of the people on top. You seem to be worried about the same problem here, but you don't define graphically how does the quality of leadership look like. You know, the characteristics, the basic quality of that, the character of this leadership that we're looking for. You know, I would really like you to perhaps, have an overview on that. The last thing, without taking much time, I represent the organization called IDISA. We probably the only organization that work on disarmament and peace space. There is a deliberate silence from the interfaith organization when coming to call for peace and nonviolence compared to other elections. So I think that's one point, since you also come from the interfaith groups, to really, really echo that point. We still have a few weeks to go. So I think something that you can piggyback as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Noted. Let's come this side. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Manida Kumar. Okay, here's the problem. Okay, here's the problem. We actually have a constitutional problem. We are not 100% a parliamentary democracy. We're not a presidential democracy. We are a hybrid democracy. What's the problem with that? In other countries that are parliamentary democracy, we're sort of 90% a parliamentary democracy. They have an institution above the fray. So you'll have in republics a non-executive president, or in constitutional democracy, monarchies, you'll have a king or a queen, and they bring parties together after an election. We don't have that. That's a constitutional flaw. We actually need to have a discussion. Obviously, it's going to have to happen after the elections, as a discussion on constitutional reform. Can we find a different model of this hybrid? Because our framers were right to go for a hybrid model. But we can't go into the future hoping that we have mature leaders. We can't be dependent on that. We really need to have a discussion on how do we amend our constitution to either become 100% parliamentary or some other model. In the interim, is there not a space for civil society, retired judges, and so on, to play that role? Can we not come together at this next election and say, can't we bring people together to bring the leaders into a room and say, guys, this is the result. Can we hammer out a coalition agreement? Can we provide the institutional means by which people can arrive at an agreement? Because agreements mean you've got to decide on a budget. What are the policies? What are the policy priorities? It's not just personalities. It's what are you going to do when you got your coalition? Can we do that in the interim? And then the third point I want to make is we need to look for plans B's and C's. And Dr. Vardy mentioned, alluded to such a possibility of, the top 3 parties coming together. I call it a consensus government, where you have a minority situation but split government. One party takes the executive, the other one takes the legislature. That's just happened in Portugal, by the way. They just had an election, coalition government, the center-left and center-right parties say we can't work with each other because we do rubbish each other's names. Now we can't go to the voters and say, well, I just called this person a such and such, but now I'm forming a coalition with them. The voters go, something wrong there, right? But what they've done is the one party, the center-left party, gets the speakership, the center-right party gets the prime ministership. So that's a plan B we need to consider. And then we need to look at actually going to smaller parties and saying, right, you run the legislature, and the top 3 parties on a rotational basis get the premiership, say in KZN or something like that. But we got to have plan A's and plan B's, because right now, we don't have them. And we don't have that institution above the fray that can actually put people in a room and say, guys, now we form a government, and this is, we're going to assist you in doing so. And we really need to talk about it. But the big thing is, we need to have a discussion on constitutional changes after going forward for the next 20, 30 years. Because we, right now, we are Africa's Weimar Republic. And we know how that turned out, because cooler heads didn't prevail.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we live in exciting days in the evolution of our democracy, so it's good to think out of the box about how we deal with the problems that we face together. If there's no other question, we'll take that as the last one, and then we go to the answers. Okay, yeah, it's your turn.
Good morning to everyone. Is it working? Okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Katlego Letwaba. I'm here representing an organization called QED. The question I'd just like to ask, I remember the point that you mentioned, Doctor, where you mentioned that the registration process, that everyone who's actually born a legal citizen of South Africa should actually qualify as a.
Could you speak into the mic so we can?
Oh, as a voter, yeah. So I'd just like to ask, how would we implement the process of making sure that each and everyone who's born as a South African citizen is eligible for voting once they turn 18? How would that process be implemented? Yeah.
Good. I think, how about we respond to these together, and then we'll take the next round of questions.
Okay, so I think one of the problems we have around leadership, must I come there? So one of the problems we have around leadership in the country is that parties, well, some political parties are founded on personality cults. And if you just look at a whole number of them, they're really centered around a charismatic political figure. And those figures dominate the political discourse in their individual capacities, but claiming to represent party interests. So I think that's one problem that we are having, and I alluded to that early on with the formation of new parties, for example. It's centered around personalities. The second problem is that the massive wealth of experience, political experience that we had through the liberation struggle, all those generations now are really gone, at least the elders. So that collective political wisdom, nature has taken its course, people have passed on. And we are now really I think in President Ramaphosa is probably the last generation in that category of 70 years plus now. So there's a whole new generation, 60s, 50s, 40s, even 30s emerging, who don't necessarily have that rich experience of struggle, but also of building organizations, movements, working collectively, building alliances, solidarity across constituencies, etc. That experience is gone. So you having this new young generation, which is really the generation of social media, the painstaking work of mass mobilization, knocking on people's doors, interacting on the ground with constituencies, listening to people. It's not there anymore. They exist on social media. Sometimes they talk to themselves and sometimes they talk to very large audiences. But that art of engaging the citizenry, engaging the electorate, listening, and then not just listening and ignoring, but listening and taking in, and formulating policies and programs in government which you actually implement effectively to meet societal needs. I think that ability, I don't see it anymore. Leaders with vision, You can't be a leader if you don't have a clear vision. And your party does not put across a broad vision for society. I've been monitoring party spokesperson, party leaders talking in the last few weeks. So they all had this great fanfare rallies to launch manifestos. Actually, very few of them are talking about their manifestos. I must say this, the most practical person leader that I saw was Peter Groenewald from the Freedom Fund. Practical. We build South Africa, we're going to do the following things, we can bring in the expertise of these constituencies. I think that's what people want authenticity in leadership. That cartoon that I put early on, they don't just want broad statements promising everything. Society is at a critical juncture. Our society is fragmented. We don't have the degree of social cohesion we would like to have. National unity is at risk. We mustn't take it for granted. And with the depth of corruption, the scale of corruption and state capture, even democracy itself is under threat. And if you put into this political violence, then we're not a very stable democracy. And therefore, you need leaders who can rise above the party political interests and pull together a vision, a collective vision that can take South Africa forward. Unfortunately, I don't think we've got that. I don't see it at the moment, and I think that's why I say there's a dearth of national leadership. It's not about one leader. It's not a leader of the ruling party, for example, or the governing party. It's about the national leadership, and I talk about business, government, labor, and political parties. I mean, I think if you think back to the 1980s, the labor movement was a very powerful voice. It could shift the political discourse. Even when the UDF was almost like banned, the labor movement stepped in and played that kind of leadership role and gave direction to society. Today, if you look at our labor movement, it is so fragmented. You can't believe how weak they are. And they don't have that kind of old internal democratic practices that we know. So even in the labor movement, you have leaders who are really labor elites, if I can call it that. There are very few who are deeply rooted within the union itself, amongst its membership, etc. And the vision is not there. It's just about protecting your constituency interests, and you have a narrow view about things. And so you have this strike, for example, in eThekwini, where you can rubbish a city for weeks on end on the eve of an election, and that's it. You're defending your interests, your narrow particular interests. So that's the issue of leadership. And sometimes the private sector tends to be too, caught up with profits and wealth generation, etc. And they're lacking that kind of emotional aptitude to understand the broader needs of society. But I think business is starting to shift. At least some elements of business leaders are beginning to shift because they're seeing the broader picture, and they're also beginning to see social instability and political instability is possibly threatening the economic system in this country. So there's a wake-up call also for them. So I think if we can begin to look at this issue of leadership, and that's perhaps what you're saying. I mean, there's always a place for constitutional reform, electoral reform. That must be hammered out by the parties to see what would be in the best interest of the country. Personally, I believe the hybrid model, there's still merit in it. I don't believe that first past the post necessarily yields the best outcome, because you are able to bring in, I mean, the fact that we've got 12, 13 parties in parliament and there's lots of debate, and it's good for democracy, because you allow sometimes small constituencies who might have one or two members of parliament or leaders in parliament to articulate voice. And so is this notion, Judge Quickler might remember, of consociational democracy, of bringing in the broader sort of voices in society to stabilize the democracy. But I think we are a bit now ripe for some degree of amendment to the system. And that we must allow that process to unfold. What form and shape it will take, I think that's for people to hammer out through the parliamentary processes. And if there's any need for constitutional reform, that's fine. And then the last point that was there is really, my own view is this, that Home Affairs has got a population register, so we know every birth is recorded, every death is recorded. As soon as a person turns 18, that system should be able to immediately put that person onto the database of the IEC to say, here's a new voter, the person is registered, this is the last known address and ward or constituency of the person, or voting station of the person. It's not difficult to do that. That's really a back office function. But then we don't have this whole hassle of trying to register people and all of that. Then we must make sure that voters go out and vote. That's all. So that's really, I think we should start looking at those things.
Yeah, I think I have this one. Yeah, I think that finishes the first round. Is there a second round we want to go into? Let's take, I think you came first and then you, and then, yeah. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Tumelo, and just a quick one from me. I believe that coalitions should be underpinned by some sort of plan, government plan, right? And I know that we have the NDP, which the ANC has put out. So I believe that coalition agreements should always be underpinned by some sort of plan that is from a government structure, on a government level. So my question on that basis would be, since every political party has a plan, how do we then align the coalition parties, right, to a better social construct? And I don't know if that makes sense. The ANC has a good policy in general, right? It's actually one of the best. It's said to be one of the best in the world, right? But it's not actually true to the actual reality of South Africans, right? So how do we then take that plan and then realize it and make it a better plan for society? So how I have my question here is, coalitions should be underpinned by NDP and have a common social agreement, right? But how do we do that if we don't have an aligning social construct? If my question makes sense.
Thanks, I think that's clear. Wayne, let's go to you and then we go to...
Yeah, hi, Ishmael. Thanks for your presentation. I just felt that it didn't indicate the PA's impact, especially in the Western Cape. There seems to be some impact coming there. I know that those polls were done some time ago, pre-MK's impact, but Patriotic Alliance seems to be a player in some of these provinces.
Okay. I think there was another hand in the air before I go to that one. And then this will be the last round we'll take. So, okay, no hand. Let's go this way.
Thank you, Chair. To my mind, to take this discussion forward on leadership, what you have sitting in this room is leadership, a collective leadership. And I think what is required, or what will be required, and most important, will be after elections. The jury is clearly out as to what this scenario is like. In terms of the Constitution, we as a nation will have to accept the outcome. And one way to deal with the problem of coalitions and political parties, I mean, the minute they are elected, they have a conflict of interest. They have their party interest, and what goes or gets avoided is the national interest or the societal interest. So my suggestion or my thoughts are that if civil society can develop a forum or a structure of accountability to hold politicians accountable to their manifestos, to the Constitution, to the needs of society in the circumstances that arise at the time. And if that collective leadership that I envisage from this room is you can draw the expertise much more widely when required and develop it in such a way that we have politicians to look over their shoulders every time they want to act. I'm just putting it a bit more conceptually because the details can be worked out in such a group. Thank you.
Okay, I think let's answer these and then I think that will conclude the first round of questions. Thanks.
Okay, so elections allow for the composition of a government, and then the government determines a platform. So theoretically, it's the party's manifesto if it wins the election, and it's supposed to then take that manifesto platform and translate it into policies or legislation. So you're right, the NDP, I think there's a widespread consensus and been support, but very few parties have accepted the NDP as its platform, right? And perhaps elements of it. So we have to wait for the outcome of the elections to see who constitutes the government and then what the platform would be. If there's a dominant party, as we had in the past, we have a reasonable sense what the platform would be, and is it able to implement that over a 5-year period? Now that we're not sure what the possible outcomes will be, it's a bit more difficult. So we'll have to see how things, how they cobble up, which kinds of coalitions come up, and what would be the basis for those governments, either in the province or nationally. The second question was where? Patriotic Alliance, yes, it is emerging as a factor, although its name doesn't suggest that, but its constituency seems to be predominantly what we know as the colored community. Certainly in Gauteng, in a number of by-elections, it has done very, very well. And it is making an impact in the Western Cape particularly. On the sort of the polls, the party is not coming up significantly. But it is certainly going to be a player, I think, in the Western Cape and the Northern Cape. I have no doubt about it. And the party has got, I think, some amount of national visibility. They had some good election campaign tactics, for example, going to the borders a few weeks ago, etc. So there's some interesting issues that are being raised. But I think their impact will really be located to those areas where there's a sizable percentage of, let's call, historically colored voters. That's really where I think they will be making an impact. And then civil society. Look, civil society, the other thing we must also remember is that civil society itself is not like a bunch of angels, right? Civil society is also politically contested, right? And it will express different ideological strains and components. And some will be more favorable towards, let's say, historical liberation movements. Others might be more conservative in their orientation. So there's no civil society without politics. Let's understand that also. And there's also, yes, there are very good civil society leaders, but there are also people with big egos in civil society and personalities, and it's about themselves also in some ways. So all the trappings all the pitfalls that you see, or frailties that you see in political parties, elements of that will be found in civil society also. But the fact that it is not in government, it hasn't got access to those kinds of resources. It can play an important watchdog role, and I don't think it should only be a dog or a watchdog, but it can actually be a major influencer of political direction, policy direction in the country. And if it truly represents constituencies on the ground, whether it be health, education, whatever it is, they can become important mobilizers for popular action to raise the issues so that the appropriate policy positions are taken or appropriate decisions are being made by a government. And where governments don't heed them, if they're very strong, well, they could lead to eventually a popular uprising, as we've seen in some other parts of the world. Or, if you take, for example, Spain, a civil society movement became so powerful that it actually contested elections and won elections at some point. But then, does it have the gravitas, the organizational machinery and cohesion to govern? Because civil society tends to be a loose, less structured than political parties. So there's no absolute guarantee that civil society can do better, but it can influence improvements or betterment of government.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Ismail. I think that concludes our first round of questions. There's a couple of comments that have come in from those who watch on YouTube. One saying automated voter registration once a person turns 18 makes sense. So that's in support of that for civil society advocacy. The other is simply stating that they are looking forward to Paris' input next. Now, there's also another question related to this that is basically, I think, is from Cynthia, asking whether the slides you presented, Dr. Varvi, could be made available, and if so, are there any limitations to that, or can they go public? And so the answer is yes. So we'll figure out how that is done. Okay. Pardon? It's already on YouTube. It's already on YouTube. Yes. So you can do that. So let's proceed then to our next speaker. He's going to talk to us about learnings from South African local government coalitions that can be drawn on at a provincial and at a national level, to reflect on how civil society can begin to use this to develop a guideline of the expectations of political parties in relation to the issue of coalitions ahead of 2024 elections. And that's going to be from Dr. Dr. Tina, it's not Dr. Varvi. Dr. Tina Nzo is a local governance research associate at UJ and supports the Vet School of Governance Just Energy Transition Program as a senior researcher. She holds a master's in local government studies from the University of Birmingham and a PhD in African studies from the University of Edinburgh. Dr. Varvi asked me to stop midway, so I think you do the same. I'll stop there. I could say more, but I think that gives you a sense of how Dr. Tina is well suited for this.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues and fellows in the democracy space. My name is Tina Nzo. I'm wearing my cap today as a para research associate who has been working in the local government space for quite some time. And what I'll talk to today, which actually resonates with what brings us here today in the civil society space, is actually starting to think about oversight and accountability within coalition governments. Dr. Vadi had already given us a political positionality and also an overview of what's going on in the country, but I'll come in with a different perspective of institutional practices that we have seen from the local government environment and what those practices can actually tell us about the likelihood of what coalitions might even look like at provincial and national government level. But at this stage, I would place my bet around provincial government level. So this is just a brief background in terms of, what actually constitutes coalitions, where do they stem from, the kinds of negotiations that happen behind the scenes, how these negotiations come along. And in the case of South Africa, we have seen that in the local government space post the elections, we get into a stalemate where political parties do not reach an agreement or cannot coalesce in a coalition formation of a city government. So some of the key factors which I think ought to be important when we think about coalition is the way in which these agreements, because they have to put in place agreements, coalition agreements, and these agreements are supposed to be looking at issues of cooperation over the production and the implementation of public policy, which should be the binding factor for coalitions to come together under an agreement. But of course, I'll touch a little bit on how sometimes these agreements sort of like give a different perspective than what we would have normally appreciated on what should come out. So, in South Africa, like I said, we've seen many coalitions formed, mostly in metropolitan municipalities such as City of Tshwane, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and they continue to be unstable. And this is what Dr. Vadi also spoke about, the instability and the ever ongoing changing in the corridors of power, especially in the mayor's office, where even in my city, where I come from, Ekurhuleni, I was quite surprised to see that the mayor that we had a year ago has actually been removed and we've got a new mayor. And but when we look at the way in which coalitions are formed in Western European countries, we find that one of the things that they place emphasis in is the issue around promoting political stability, and they try to find common ground, because we know in Western governments there are your left and your right-wing political parties, but now in other countries we're seeing green, smaller parties that are emerging who also want to place a voice in the political system, and they're gaining quite a momentum, particularly in Germany, but they oversee the whole process of making sure that they move beyond this political ideology, and they also concentrate on issues that binds them together, that have the national interest of the country or the region, the municipal region that they are governing in. And those issues lie on domestic economic development and also promoting inclusive democracy. But also what I have also seen, particularly even in the literature when I read on issues based on accountability and coalitions and how these coalitions hold each other accountable, is that they make an emphasis on the increased oversight, the checks and balances. So in this context, one question that we should be asking ourselves as civil society is, how does the continuous coalition instability and lack of transparency affect accountability? Because that's the main role that we also want to proliferate in our role as civil society organizations. So one of the lessons that, some of the lessons that I've learned from engaging in material, particularly your academic publications that talk about the way in which coalitions have stabilized over the years in your predominantly Western countries, is the emphasis on having strong portfolio committees in parliaments and the legislature, where parties in the Western democracy strategically, assign committee chairs to keep tabs on their coalition partners. So in other words, that strengthens democracy and also accountability, not only based on the fact that we are a coalition government and therefore we should try to protect each other, but no, it's based on the fact that we are still in competition with each other, but we still have the roles and responsibility of ensuring that we hold each other accountability. So we've seen these reforms through this literature coming out quite systemically. And this brings me back to the understanding of the institutional problems that we face in South Africa, which talk about our weak committee system. And this is quite prevalent at local government level, provincial level, and also at national level in our National Assembly. So in other words, the main point that I want to make out there is that advanced democracies with experience of coalition government and strong committee systems tend to develop rules and institutions to mitigate executive unaccountability, subjecting them to committee and legislative scrutiny and oversight over policy proposals and passing of legislature. But in the South African case, just like I mentioned, that the weaknesses of our institutional accountability system is not only just prevalent under coalitions, it has been there for quite a long time, and it just, we found ourselves post the 2016 local government elections having coalitions which are embedded in very weak accountability systems in our state institutions. So for examples, for some examples that I thought I should mention is that we've had instability and internal party factional, squabbles happening over the years. And these are coming from the one-party majority where we've had the ANC, which has led quite a number of years in the different provinces and also in different councils. But we've seen how factionalized party political squabbles have actually weakened our institutions. And I can even make an example of some of the weakest municipalities that are worst performing in the Northwest province because of these factional problems that have always emanated. And you actually get one party group with a slender majority, where you also find that these contestations would erupt. The lack of separation of powers, we've seen how that has actually weakened our institutional systems, where the executive and the legislative roles have often been blurred. We've had adversarial inter-party relations, weak political leadership and oversight, strained administrative political interface, and we've also seen a history of political schisms, coming out of territorial conflict. And this is also beginning to take center stage, particularly in provinces such as KwaZulu-Natal, and also the fragile coalitions and frequent changes in political control in the council chambers. So for me, the perennial presence of coalitions will be embedded on a problematic political and institutional culture and practices. And this is what I'm trying to stress from the lessons that we have learned from a local government perspective. The kind of political system that we have in South Africa is embedded on patronage and spoil system. And we are also starting to see it even proliferate after the formation of coalition partnerships in the various metropolitan municipalities. And also we need to understand that we also come from a regime that has a very partisan bureaucracy. And when I say partisan bureaucracy, this is where we have seen the debates around the deployment, the cadre deployment policy that had been used by the ANC to appoint senior government officials. That also participates in the sort of conflict that we see arise in the political and administrative interface. And this is where you find that coalitions become embedded in the spoil system, where political parties want to share political offers. They want to distribute the pie according to their own intrinsic party political interests or even individualistic interests. And there's also lack of transparency as well, to the public and the electorate, where there are deals that are done behind the scenes, where there would be gentlemen agreements that are done behind the scenes, and we do not have, insight into what has actually, brought about the EFF or the ANC and the PA or the Al-Jamaah to come together, because we don't see this coming out in their agreements, but we definitely know through institutional practices stemming from patronage that some of these silent and subliminal deals are made behind those scenes, and they are based on the spoil system. And also we've seen weak party discipline, where councillors would actually vote otherwise, or vote for the opposition with the opposition party, or should I say would decide to jump to the other side. So the porousness of this party loyalty compromises the conduct of councillors, especially when it comes to their loyalty to the party or to other larger coalition groups when it comes to voting and lobbying in council. And also inexperience oversight skills is one of the issues that proliferate quite often in the local government sphere, and also the canonizing of kingmakers, where there is a remnant of manipulation of council processes when it comes to horse trading or compromising smaller opposition parties from exercising scrutiny whilst trying to scramble for power. Now, in order to mitigate all these issues that are emanating institutionally, particularly in your political governance, the Department of Cooperative Governance and the South African Local Government Association attempted to develop a local government framework for coalitions. And I thought I should actually highlight some of the most important features, particularly when it comes to coalition agreements, which stood out for me. And I know that the next speaker will speak a little bit about these coalition agreements. But it actually gives us an insight into understanding that a coalition agreement should have a general structure of the coalition, the policy program and policy priorities agreed to by the coalition partners, allocation of political positions, political office bearers, decision-making and consultation procedures within the coalition, dispute resolution mechanisms, and also the general rules of our coalition behavior. So most probably after the elections, there will need to be an adaptation of a local government coalition framework for provincial government and for national government, but we will see how that will pan out. So for me, when I looked at the coalition framework agreement, framework for local government, the most particular issues that have really been highlighted, which are very problematic, is the issue of the distribution of political office. Now, when I think about how this may probably resonate with provincial government, is that once you have a coalition at provincial government, it means that the majority party no longer has powers and control and in terms of allocation of political office to its political party members in the members of the executive council at a political level, at provincial level. So for local government, we have seen that these offices are the bone of contention, where certain political parties will definitely want to occupy a specific directorate in the municipality and leading a member of the mayoral committee portfolio. So at provincial government, there may be a possibility that we might see political parties occupying seats as the member of the Executive Council, and there is a possibility that we will start to see this patronage looming out where the pieces of the pie could be cut. And we know that infrastructure projects, infrastructure service delivery, infrastructure-related development becomes the bone of contention. So we might even see the EFF actually going for a portfolio of public works or a portfolio of what do you call this? Finance, yes, the portfolio of finance and economic development. Usually they are merged together. So we might see those battles really coming out quite vehemently. And let's not even talk about the premier, because we know that there are kingmakers in the political realm. And what becomes more interesting in this coalition framework is that it also starts to talk about the negotiation of staff appointments, which is something that we are also going to see. I mean, we know that one of the ways in which we have tried to lobby for the mediation of political interference in the administration is using the public amendment bill for the professionalization of provincial and national government, which has actually had been enacted, where political appointments are the bill tries to intervene in that space. But then there is a high possibility, because we know that institutional practices always show us something which is different. There will be a likelihood that most probably, yes, political interference might be mediated, but now when it comes to the appointment of contractors, where we know that contractors are a bone of contention when it comes to the way in which contractors also contribute financially in the donation of political parties in order to execute their work, this might become more prevalent at provincial government level, as we have also seen with local government. Even though we know that at local government this is illegal because it contravenes the Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the Code of Conduct for councillors. But maybe at provincial level we'll start seeing these contraventions in the public financing Act, and also the other pieces of legislation. And then lastly, the kingmakers, compensating of kingmakers, which is quite problematic. It stresses that a lot in the framework, and we really don't know whether this will really take resonance, because what we are still continuing to see, remember this framework was developed in 2021, but we can see that the smaller parties continue to play that kingmaker role, particularly if you have seen what has happened to Ekurhuleni with the EFF taking a lead in the removal of the mayor that we have seen lastly. And we know that this defeats proportionality, and this is a question that we also need to think about in terms of how can we also start looking at proportionality that resonates in kingmaker politics as disproportionality when it comes to the electoral votes and outcomes. And we've seen many political parties claiming that they are representing the interests of their constituencies when they push for change in political office, but you get to question the idea around what constitutes that representation. So for me, I think the key issue here is that we need to start thinking about how we can strengthen political coalition, political accountability of coalitions through institutional oversight. And for me, the coalition parties in the legislature, we know that they are principals, and the executive are actually agents within that institutional decision making. So where do we fit the role of civil society in these institutional processes and mechanisms? Because we know that they are quite institutionally embedded, although we know that there are legislative prescripts that offers us the possibility of actually participating and also asking several questions to our representatives. And this is just to even show you some of the most crucial elements that we also need to think of in institutional oversight. And the one that I found to be very interesting in the institutional oversight weaknesses are the politics of the MPECs, where the majority party and party leaders in the coalitions that hold majority seats in council also try to position themselves in the executive. They may be they may attempt to hamper these investigations that need to go on in the implementation of the consequence management, particularly in local government. So the impacts at local government are weak. What about the scopers at provincial government? And where do our coalition governments actually try to find a balance in those structures, which are very important? I know that local government has tried to strengthen institutional oversight by bringing in many changes, outlining the role of the whip, outlining the role of the speaker, outlining the roles of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. But, is it still advisable that MPEC chairs, for example, should be from opposition minority parties or independents who may not be part of the coalition partnership, because that does not really come out very clearly when it comes to accountability and oversight at local government role. So there is another possibility that we might have to see the strengthening of these specific political officers at provincial level, where the speaker and the chief whip might have to start playing a much more stronger role. And as I'm about to end, I thought, let me just give you a little bit of an oversight diagram that talks about the way in which institutions have been structured and how they are structured and what are the current practices. Under the majoritarian party group, we understood that the majority party would actually have more power and control over the executive, and only the smaller parties, the opposition parties, would actually have a much more stringent role in playing its oversight in council and committees. And this is what the practice have always been over time. But now with coalitions, we find that a different type of structure had to be established or developed, particularly when it comes to the coalition coordinating structures. And I think this structure is quite interesting because it may not be a formal structure that is legislated, but it's a structure that helps to manage coalition disputes, the management of coalition partnerships, etc. And if we are going to start thinking about accountability, where does civil society also interface with these coalition coordinating structures, where some of the minority party groups form when it comes to issues related to accountability and oversight? And then this is just an ideal situation that we can actually start thinking about, because it actually made me kind of like understand the role of civil society, like what Dr. Vard said, that as civil society, you know, we may not be state actors in government institutions, but I always argue that civil society is part of state structures. We influence policy, we shape policy making, we exert pressure and demanding for accountability and transparency. And therefore, even though there may not be a role for civil society to play internally in the council chambers, in the administration, but as a partner that has a developmental interest in society, whom we also make claims in terms of state authority and representation when it comes to communities and those groups that we serve, we ought to start playing that role quite vehemently. And I think at provincial level and local government level, we can actually start thinking as civil society in terms of how do we even strengthen the submissions that are made to committees, how we can start thinking about forging relationships with the different coalition political party representatives who might be sitting as committee chairs, so that we can be able to forge this back and forth accountability that is needed. So there is a pertinent role that we can play, but maybe that's something that we can deliberate on in terms of how do we move forward, because it's a very difficult system if you have to try and play a role internally in an institution where it's more inward looking. So most probably those are some of the things that we can discuss. But as I come to an end, I'd like to say thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope I had given you a little bit of an insight of the institutional complexities beyond the normative political language that we understand of coalitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tina. I'm going to, because of the way that time is against us, if you have questions you'd like to raise, I'd like for you to note those down, and then we'll take our next speaker, who, as I understand, is coming in from the Free State. Is going to be broadcasting into the group. Is that correct? Are we ready with that? Yeah. It's Dr. Harlan Tlute. He's going to give us an input on coalitions working, if done, in partnership with broader society, and ideas on how political parties can do so. To reflect on how civil society can begin to use this to develop a guideline of the expectations of political parties in relation to the issues of coalition ahead of the 2024 elections. Now, a bit of the intro on Dr. Tlute. He's a research fellow and para-academic at the University of the Free State and former extraordinary lecturer at Stellenbosch University. His main research interest is in exploring evidence-based governance systems in the public sector with a keen interest in local government. Dr. Tlute turned his master's in public administration into a textbook called South Africa Works, Everyone's Guide to Understanding Skills Development in South Africa, and accompanying course on HR for non-HR managers. The focus of his PhD studies is management of human resource development in South African local government, after which he developed the HRD for Good Municipal Governance course in 2017. He's a founder of Great Governance South Africa, a weekly podcast dedicated to unearth the hidden stories of excellence in local governance. Now, with all of the things that are happening that often get high visibility in the media as well as in our streets, where there are testimony of bad governance, I think it's good to know that there are stories of good and or centers of excellence in local government. And so it would be a delight to listen to Dr. Klute share his reflections with us. You're waiting for him, so we can sing a slogan while we wait. Yeah, that's a good idea. While we wait, it might be a good idea if there are any questions, and so we'll transition over to him when he's ready. So if there are questions for Dr. Tina, why we could take those up at this point. Any questions?
Morning. Hello. Hello.
Are we ready?
Yes, colleagues, can you hear me?
Okay, hold that thought, because we'll get to you. Yeah, fire away, Dr. Klute.
Okay, colleagues, I just want to make sure that you can see my screen and that I'm sharing. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues, for inviting me to this discussion here this morning on civil society's response to local governance. My name is Harlan Klute. I'm a research fellow, as introduced, at the University of the Free State. And I also do a weekly Great Governance podcast because I started it in COVID to change the narrative of local government. So thank you very much to the previous speakers who really shared what I wanted to say. And so I will share a pragmatic approach about how I think from the side of civil society and where I think this is going. So in terms of the introduction, I so much wish I was there because I'm still getting used to speaking to a machine. But unfortunately, I couldn't be there because of later commitments here in Cape Town at 3. But for me, the point of departure always is this, that we're working in this world, the Sustainable Development Goals. And my favorite one is
Just
16
an interjection, Alan. When we said we saw your screen, we saw the table of contents in your thing, not the actual presentation itself. So could you do that?
Can you see now?
Nope. I think it needs to be opened.
It is open.
What is that?
Not? Do you only see the introduction? Let me stop share and then try share again.
That's it. No, there we go.
Yeah. Is it moving? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have an opportunity to reimagine, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So for me, the point of departure is the Sustainable Development Goals. If you look, I'm not going to go through all 17, but Sustainable Development Goals speaks to peace and justice and strong institutions. And then number 17, I think, is an enabler that brings it all together in terms of partnerships for development. So it is important for our long-term sustainability that we build strong institutions. I think Pravin Gordhan once said that our aim must be to build strong institutions and not strong personalities. It shouldn't be personality-driven organizations, but strong institutions that outlast us. I think that is the main goal in terms of our Sustainable Development Goals. Now, much of the work that I'm doing is in local government. And as I said in my first slide, I know 2024 is important, but I think our big prize and our big focus and our big energy must be towards 2026, when we have an opportunity to elect local councillors. Previous speaker, Dr. Ismail, talks about the VUCA environment, that we're living in a world that is extremely volatile. There's great uncertainty. We've learned, that you can wake up, you can go sleep, and tomorrow morning there's a new mayor. So we're living in a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and then also there's a lot of ambiguity in the entire system. So it's very fluid. Our democracy allows for representative democracy, and I think that is what we're going to be exercising now. We will be voting for our representatives. But I think the most important part, and I think that is often underplayed, is participatory democracy, where we as citizens participate in between elections, active citizens, not just in terms of the policy-making process, but if you bring it down to the local government sphere, we have ward committees, but we've got interest groups. And those groups are not always vocal in terms of asserting their rights. And then we have administrators that give effect to our constitutional democracy, that says that our administration, in terms of governing public administration, we must make sure that our organizations are staffed by competent people, and that competency must also reflect the demographics of a country, that the public service, public sector must be broadly representative of the people of this country in all its diversity. The public service need to reflect that. And so at the center of our democracy is this notion of public value, the dividend for democracy. Do I get value for money? If I drive down the road in terms of potholes, I'm not getting value for my vote, And that causes a lot of people to either disconnect or disengage and says, you know what, I'm not going to take part in this because all of you are the same. I can no longer distinguish between DA, ANC, or PA, or Al Jamaa. You all look the same. And this is the contested space within our democratic discourse. The other day, I am busy with research, and I just thought I would share this with you. It's a mission to get into the municipalities because you're doing evidence-based research. We do the study. And this colleague wrote me, he says, I'm glad that you're finding breakthrough elsewhere. Eventually, I got another municipality. He says, unfortunately, where I am, politics and laziness have been the biggest stumbling block. I even tried to convince them to invite you to our next steering committee, and I was told to wait. It just shows that these people do not care about improving and changing the status quo through this collaboration. And so that is the lived experience of a very senior official within local government. And I think if we go to communities, we will probably find a lot of this, that politics, it would appear, stands in the way of progress. It sounds like a good paper. Politics stand in the way of progress in terms at the local government sphere. Two things, politics and then laziness, work ethic. A complete disconnect from the people. Just as a means of a joke, a colleague of mine went to Stellenbosch to a municipality the other day, and the official, in the licensing queue, the official was a bit difficult, and she wasn't very supportive and helpful. And then he asked her, now, where is Batopele? And she says, she looked at him, she says, no, Batopele doesn't work here anymore. And so our public service have almost forgotten this thing of public service, of courtesy, of value for money, all these beautiful things that the public service talks about. Okay, so what is to be done? Not said. I think there's a lot of talk in this country, but what is it that we can practically, I believe, do to organize or to mobilize communities better in terms of civil society in all its fragmentations? So the National Development Plan speaks of a comprehensive, coordinated, multi-sectoral approach to development is required. The National Development Plan, with all its flaws, still is a very good document in terms of it's the consensus about what is wrong and what we need to do to change it. And the review then done in November 2023 talks about It needs partnerships between civil society, the private sector, government, and academia. These four sectors of society need to come together. It's not civil society on their own, it's civil society with the private sector, academia, and then government as a partner in this coalition that must take us forward. Now, my colleague, Professor Jaap de Visser at the Dalla Omar Institute at UWC talks about coalition being a natural consequence of our electoral system. And so I think what previous President Thabo Mbeki talks about, this third wave we are about to enter, the new is about to be born. And I think the next 5 years is going to be so interesting in this country in terms of the realignment of politics in this country. But I think also, if this is to succeed, civil society as an organized grouping, we will need to find our voice and our space. And I'll show you where I think that conversation should take place in order for us to take it out there. I picked up this book at a conference, and I think if we look at our society, it's a book by Adam Kahane. It's a brilliant book. I think it should be the textbook for a coalition. It says collaborating with the enemy, how to work with people you don't agree with, like, or trust. And the book concludes and it says, you know, he says, we put our purpose together. If we as civil society put our purpose together, I added, we must leave our egos at the door. We need to have the maturity and the wisdom and the insight to put our purpose together. This is the conclusion of this book. You must put your purpose together. What is it that we want to achieve in this country? How do we make sure, you know, how does this representative democracy work? I think, and that's probably a debate, another discussion that we must have, we must do away with the mayoral committee system and have the exco system that recognizes in the executive how parties are represented in council. The mayoral system of this all-powerful mayor, we need to advocate strongly to scrap that system. We must have an executive committee system. Then that participatory democracy, the ward committee, this ground-up, bottom-up democracy, that ward committees are all but dysfunctional in this country. I think one or two in my podcast, I was in Overstrand. I did a podcast there with how their ward committee works, and it seems to be working there in terms of streets and geographical representation. And what they have there is, you know, the issues gets raised in the wards and it goes to the council, and then there's that good feedback mechanism. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done because the institutional framework is there. Sometimes what we do is the thing is not working, then we create another policy instead of making sure that this one works. So how do we move from capacity to capability? The National Development Plan speaks about a capable state, and so we need capable local government. Cogda's report says that almost 66% of local government in this country is either high risk or medium risk. And so that is a problem. And how do we make sure that our institutions are managed by professionals and not unprofessionals? You know, there's a lot of talk about deployment. It's in the nature of political parties to deploy. So I do not believe for a word that the DA, they do not deploy. All political parties, it's in their DNA to deploy. It becomes a problem if you deploy the wrong people. It's like me giving my 6-year-old son the keys to the polo, you know, say, go to the shop. That becomes irresponsible. So let's not be fooled. All political parties, they actually do deploy. So what have I researched and what I think could be a guide for civil society? I call it Governance 5 IQ. I looked at what Michael Barber did in the UK with Tony Blair. He was his policy advisor, and I've Africanized it and I've given it just a remix. I like music, so I just give it a remix, a new twist and a new beat. And I use this as a framework, and I want to put it out there and to say, colleagues, can we debate this? Firstly, we say, if a coalition of civil society organizations work or whatever, we must ask, why do we do what do we do? I think, and I borrowed that from Simon Sinek, who wrote a brilliant book, Start With Why. It's at Bargain Books. It's a brilliant book. Why do we do what we do? We always will start why what and Simon says you can literally talk it in one sentence. What is the contribution that we want to make and what is the impact? To so that. And so we need to ask ourselves, why do we do what we do? How do we want to, and then the second one is, how is it being done? And so development and organizational or governance can be really framed into these 5 questions. How is it being done? How speaks to strategy? What are the tactics and strategies that we're going to employ to be able to do our work? Right? So we know why we do it. Let's take defend our democracy. Let's say if we take this to local government into municipalities, there's 257 municipalities and 44 districts. So the question we could ask ourselves, should defend our democracy be decentralized so that you have chapters in every municipality? Do we have this coalition of stakeholders with this common vision who understands why we do what we do? Then thirdly, how will we at any given moment know that we are on track? How will we know at any given moment that we are on track? What is the data that we're going to be relying on? And I envisaged this, when I wrote this, as a war room. You know, here's this chart with all these municipalities because we need to decentralize at that local level. How do we know that we are on track? Because if you look at that COCTA report, it provides a beautiful map. Then it shows you exactly where are the municipalities that are dysfunctional, where are they functioning, and so it's red, orange, and green is that map. It's the COCTA report on the state of local governance. So we need to be able, our work in this country is about making sure that we turn the red green. That if where I find myself in, that's where I need to be making a difference with a coalition of stakeholders. Then, if we are not on track, what is it being done about it? So, if we look at capabilities, it comes down to 3 things why institutions fail. Either the structure is wrong, or the processes is wrong, efficiency and effectiveness, or it's behavior. It's behavior in Afrikaans, it's gedrag. Such a beautiful Afrikaans word. Behavior. How do we behave ourselves differently to be able to make sure that this dream deferred of 94 is not neglected? And then finally, the 5th question in our governance 5 IQ model, how do we lead and learn? We talked about ethical leadership. The late Tumi Makwetu says, ethical and accountable leadership gets us out of that mess. The National Development Plan speaks about leadership at all levels of society. And I think the greatest mistake that we've made the last 30 years in our country is to leave the work of politics to the work to politicians. We sat down and said, you deliver services to me. And we are so grateful when they give us the little crumbs. You know, the politicians also use this tactic of divide and rule. And I found at the local sphere, if you are too critical, then we just label you. No, you are racist. No, you want to be a councillor. You need to be this. And so we need that strong, almost UDF type of coalition. But our leadership model will make sure that new knowledge is created. Because remember, the bedrock of our alliance is this partnership between the business community, government, local government, business, academia, and civil society. And so new knowledge will definitely be created as we partner also with institutions. We had a discussion at the Free State University the other day, and we asked ourselves, how is it in this province of ours, in the Free State, not a single municipality for the last decade could get a clean audit? Now, a clean audit is but a means to an end. It's not an end. You can still have a clean audit in dirty streets. But how can we as an academic institution, how do we get out of our ivory towers and produce knowledge and research that really has an impact in society? There's a conference happening in May this year at the Rhodes University about engaged scholarship. And so we will attend that conference to learn more of other practitioners about how the university can become a much more active player in society. It is through the university that, and I'm a child of the 80s from UWC, where the university the University of the Left played a strong activist role in terms of making sure that we produce knowledge to the benefit of society, and that we do not just produce knowledge for the sake of knowledge. You know, that one or two people read a paper and that's it. We need to produce knowledge that actually makes a difference in society. And so what I'm advocating for is pragmatism. You know, it doesn't, in Singapore, they say it doesn't matter whether the cat is a black cat or a white cat. If a cat catches mice, it's a good cat. So it doesn't really matter ideology. South Africans want, just keep the lights on. Just keep the lights on. Just make sure that I am safe. Just make sure that there's an education opportunity for my child and that I can proceed. So one or two practical examples. So how do we move from mushroom governance to great governance? Mushroom governance means we keep society, so politicians know and administrators know, and we keep communities in the dark and we feed them, you know what, right? So how do we move from mushroom governance to great governance? And through my platform, I have discovered many South Africans in institutions working tirelessly to, and what I'm on a mission to change the narrative. And so weekly we produce knowledge. This week we will be producing we're broadcasting a episode on the Ethical Institute, the work that they're doing in local government. And so we find that, so how do we move from mushroom governance to great governance? Secondly, politicians are organized. They now have their moonshot or whatever shot. We need to organize ourselves better. You know, a broad front, a broad church of organizations, like-minded, understanding why we do what we do, but to keep that, to keep local government to account. You know, I work in the community radio space, and I think, colleagues, that is such an important role player that must be around this table. There's about 280 of these community media and community radio, but community radio fascinates me because there's an opportunity for us to have what I call democratic discourse. You know, content is queen. Content is queen, however you would like to look at it. And so we've got an opportunity to take this discussion that we have here at Gibbs. We need to take this discussion locally. And I'm telling you, we will have what I call grassroots governance. We will have fascinating content that we could digest and make sure that we increase that accountability framework. So local government, community radio. I was asked by NAMISA a year ago to develop a course for them, and we called it Governance 5IQ for radio boards. So the community radio, they are ready. They are ready. We should be building a pipeline to have this democratic discourse at the local sphere. That will ensure that accountability frameworks. People tell me at the local government, at the local radio level, this disconnect between politicians and community radio. And so, you know, sometimes the municipality will buy airtime from the community radio, but you must know your place. You must be a sweetheart radio. And so community radio, we need to strengthen the community radio space so that we keep one another to account. At the same time, we must make sure, if we expect clean audit from local government, we need to make sure that the finances and that there's good governance also at the community radio space. But democracy, colleagues, is a contact sport. It's hard work. It's extremely activist work is hard work. The other day I had an interview with somebody who says he was an activist, he's a politician now. Now, you know, you are either activist or you're not an activist. So if you're an activist, whether you're at the office, whether you're at the church, whether you're at the gym or the sports club, you speak out against injustice. That is our mission as activists. And so the likely vehicles, communities are organized around the sport, the church, and the school, conversation starters. And so we need to depoliticize that, but also understand the political nature, politics with a capital P, to make sure that people understand power and resources and partnership and the possibilities there. So I am advocating at this conference that we must take this conversation to the streets. We must take this conversation to community radio. They are organized, they are ready. We need to be taking our conversation from the macro level to the micro level to make sure that we have these local coalitions. And there are examples. In Senegal, for example, the municipality in the Free State, the communities are working together. And there are many organizations in Heidelberg. There's Heidelberg Hope. In Bloemfontein, I pick up, there's an organization, Anchor of Hope. You know, that organizations, I've got fascinating pictures here of how they transform this inner city through partnerships with local government. So there's fascinating discussions, but we need to bring that discussion down to local government level. And then colleagues, I always say, you know what, we can talk and talk and talk, but ultimately we need to get the done. You decide what that is for you. But we need to make sure that we get it done and take this conversation. If democracy is going to work, we need to take our conversations from the macro to the micro. Community radio is the perfect vehicle for us to have these debates, these discussions, but they need our support. So it's this coalition of stakeholders, community, business, academia, and government. And that is what we call co-create. I think we are also in this third wave. We'll see a shift. We cannot wait on government to make things happen. I'll end with this example. We recently, at the community radio where I'm active, we had a conference called Unlocking Youth Opportunities. So we invited the services sector. They supported us. We invited the local business chamber. We invited local government as a partner and civil society organizations. We had wonderful discussions led by civil society, not waiting on government. Government must take the cue from us and say, this is what we want, and you come and you create this enabling environment. Because you know what government also do at the local government? You know, divide and rule. They give some and they don't give others. And when they give services, it's like they're doing you a favor. And so that narrative we need to change so that when they touch communities at the local level, they've got Defend Democracy behind them and says, no, you touch us, Defend Democracy is behind us. So that it's about increasing the accountability frameworks. I think every crisis is an opportunity. Brand local government has got a lot of damage, but we have a responsibility to make sure that brand governance, how we move from government to governance, is in dynamic interaction that succeed. So thank you, colleagues. I would have loved to be there. I'm speaking here to a machine. I can't make eye contact. I can't see the smiles on your faces, but it has been at ease, and it is a privilege to be asked to share this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Klude, for that. So sorry you had to focus on the machine. We were looking at you and we enjoyed your talk. Thank you very much. Colleagues, here we do have this combination of presentation from Dr. Tina and Dr. Arlan. Together, I think they've given us some handle on how to think about not only the coalitions, but how as civil society we can engage them more fruitfully and productively. So this is a time to raise questions that we have. We trust that Dr. Klude continues to be available to us. Let's take questions. I think we'll start there and then we'll come this side. Okay.
Thank you. It's Jim Powell, Direct Democracy, South Africa. We've been talking about accountability. We've been talking about how people are abused because of the fact that they are ignored. If you want to actually improve the salaries of the people generally, link the politicians' income to the income of their constituents. Okay, then you'll see them work for you. Accept and understand that politicians are the employees of the voters because we vote for them, and even if it's just VAT, we pay their salaries. We are, in effect, in a 5-year dictatorship. They're speaking to us very nicely until it's gone off. Are we back? Yeah. Until the election, and until the elections come about again, they'll tell us to go away. The only way to actually change this and to make sure that it takes place properly is through direct democracy. It's a simple petition, have a referendum, and if it's successful, it becomes law without going through the legislation. Give the power to the people.
Yeah.
And how do you get politicians to agree 100% when they're voting on their salaries? And there needs to be a civil contract of accountability before the elections. As an employer, which we all are here of the politicians, would you vote for anybody? Would you employ anybody you had no control over? That's the current system, and that is what needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think I think there was another one there.
Okay, my name is Ahmed Kaji. I'm from an organization called GMCA. My question is the following. Ward committees, ward councillors, how do we make them more accountable to us rather than their political parties? I mean, we know, these ward councillors, once elected, we can't replace them. Only the political parties can. And then they're forced to vote along party lines, like when they're coming to vote for mayors, etc. They can't vote their conscience or follow what their communities tell them. I mean, that's the one difficulty. Our ward committee, for instance, I know people were fighting for positions like you can't believe. And then once they get elected, they're supposed to be our eyes and ears, but you never see them, you never hear from them. Except for one or two individuals who do all the hard work. I mean, they collect their 1,000 rand per month, and then 5 years later, they're back there. I mean, one guy even told us, well, I made 60,000 rand for those 5 years. I didn't attend a single meeting. I couldn't have been bothered. No one called me. So how do we put more teeth into them? I think my one thing is, I don't know if party politics belongs at local government. We don't need that. I mean, I can tell you, if you put all our ward councillors in a room, they'll work a solution, they'll find something. But then there's some madam sitting in Cape Town, or someone else sitting in Durban, or someone sitting in Sour Street, say, no, not over my dead body. And then nothing happens. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think the third one was coming out of here, and then we can have a response to this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Ash Sunarayan. Today I'm representing an NPC called My SA Pact, and the Pact stands for People Advancing Cohesion and Transformation. So what I would like to advance to the presenters is that whatever model of democracy we come up with, it should seek to advance cohesion and transformation. Social cohesion is very, very important in a democracy. And on the other hand, we must not allow political parties to take us back. So whatever system we come up with must be transformative. And I want to quickly go through 5 points. The first one, regarding defending our democracy. Those of us that are aligned or were involved in a struggle for democracy or supported the struggle for democracy understand what democracy is. But political parties sometimes, especially those ones that are benefactors of democracy and have inherited democracy, they take things a bit too far. To give you 2 examples, one political party, they intimidate smaller parties, and by that they are intimidating the electorate. Every party, no matter how small it is, we need to defend the right to be a political party. The other example is that there was a video that was doing the rounds where a person supporting a certain political party said that if this doesn't happen, then we are taking the country into chaos. Now, to defend our democracy, we must speak out against that. Then I want to come to the point of proportional representation. I think that is our solution. It is entrenched in the Constitution in terms of local government, and I know Dr. Nzo and also Professor Fowler will understand this very well. There are 17 types of local government that is described in legislation. What we need to do is put in another type in legislation, which is a type of government where a majority party does not emerge in the elections. And that council must revert to being an executive committee system. And that is what Dr. Klute was also alluding to. Then the will of the people. It's also a constitutional principle. We must advocate it in any system that we come up with. In other words, there's no need for kingmakers and queenmakers. We must have a proportional system where the parties, according to the will of the people, are represented in the executive. The fourth one is the rule of law. Right? There should be no coalition agreements signed in back rooms. The law should dictate how a government should be constituted. And it's a constitutional principle. We need to write it into law, and we don't have to go into political party negotiations after an election. The law should dictate how the executive and government is formed. And the last point, Chair, is the one on a unitary state, right? I think what we must also safeguard is that the state, the unitary state, not being divided in the hearts and minds of people. That the Western Cape is another government, and KZN is another government based on whatever ideologies the governments there may have. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have 10 minutes to lunch, so I'm going to ask that as our panelists respond to those questions, and if you have other questions, that you'll be very brief in terms of raising those so that we can cover as much as possible with regard to those. So thankfully, we still have Dr. Klute online, so, and as well as Dr. Tina in the room. I don't know if we should start with you, Tina, if you could respond to any of the questions that you feel are related to what you said, and then okay. Dr. Klute after that.
All right. It was mainly just comments and additions, but I would like to just make a response on the issue of kicking politics out of local government. If you look at our local government political system, over the years we've had independent candidates coming quite strongly, particularly at ward level, who have been able to contest elections and also get seats. And over the years we've seen that there has been a slight increment in this, particularly after the period of state capture, where most of the former members of the ANC who are against state capture in the various provinces and the various municipalities decided to form social movements, for example, like MAP 16. I've had an opportunity of speaking to those members who made an advancement into getting into council. But one thing that I've picked up is their struggle to resonate with representative democracy, and I say that their struggle to resonate with local representative democracy is the fact that our councils are still embedded in partisan politics. And therefore, when you have to look at the way they exercise accountability, when they have to exercise reforms, they find themselves continuously being stranglehold by the political culture that is mostly proliferant in local government. And one of the interesting factors that I also picked up is that when I tried to find out to what extent have they been able to divorce themselves from the practices of their political parties, they actually told me that, you know, it's very difficult for us to divorce ourselves because, again, we are coming from a historical familiarity with the politics of the day, and therefore it becomes very difficult for us not to walk in the same trajectory. So it will be interesting for me to see the kind of contributions that independent candidates might have at a provincial level and national level, and see to what extent they can actually come through from a depoliticized imagining of politics, because these are political institutions, and obviously the contestations, they turn to be very political in their nature. But when it comes to representative democracy, it becomes very difficult for us to isolate the kind of difference that contributes towards representing the interest of the electorate. So that's my contribution that I will have on the issue of depoliticizing local government. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Klute?
Okay, I can attempt to answer the issue of ward committees. You know, ward committees, they're the functional legs of participatory democracy, and you're quite right that they are not functional. So we need to ask, why is it that they're not functioning, and then what do we do about that? So in this country, Justice Malala says we are very good at talking but very bad at implementing. And so we need to find out what is wrong. Currently, the system said that the ward committee, the ward councillor is the chair of that committee. So he is almost referee, or she is almost referee and player. So there's reform needed at the ward committee level, because we've got the body of evidence that it is not working. So I think Salga also speaks about evidence-based policy making. So our role as academia is to partner, I think, with civil society to look at what is working, what is not working, and if it is working, if it is not working, what is it then that we do about it? I'm going to come back to Governance 5 IQ. So how do we use that a framework to deepen democracy and deepen the conversation at the local sphere? How do we move from ideology to pragmatism? Because that is what it is. Now, if you look at the 2016 local government election, we had about 27 coalitions. In 2021, that was about 70 plus, and I predict in 2026 it will double, I think. Because and why did this take place is because local people are saying, we don't want to be controlled by the madam or the master. We understand our local contents and our local issues here. This is how we're going to organize ourselves, and this is the accountability frameworks. Again, I'm saying we need to bring this conversation to the local sphere, to say, defend democracy, or say, in this area we've got 33 wards. Should we start advocating, when the AG audits a functional municipality, that we must also audit participatory democracy? Where's the evidence that this ward committee is meeting, and how are their issues being addressed? So policy is not enough. We need to monitor the implementation of policy. We need to audit it. If COGDA uses a red, if COGDA says this is a high-risk municipality, what are the criteria saying that they're high risk? And how can we help? You know, because we cannot just leave it to politicians. How do we make sure that that municipality moves from high risk to a functional municipality? If more than 2/3 of municipalities are dysfunctional, colleagues, we in the room, we've got work to do. We've got advocacy work to do. We can't just say what is wrong. There's a hard, dirty work to be done to make sure that our democracy becomes functional at the local sphere. So the ward committees, a lot of them are dysfunctional. How do we make sure that they are functional? By increasing the accountability and having the conversation. Again, I'm saying use community radio as a vehicle to, because a lot of time people are isolated. We didn't touch on this, but the political killings that is taking place. I was in the West Coast the other day, where a councillor said she had her car torched, but she refuses to put a big fence around her. She says they must not come in. So it's a difficult space, this democracy, highly contested, highly politicized, and the stakes are so high, and the political killings are on the increase. Is what this group of female councillors told me in terms of discussion. The demands of community is so great. And so the politics of local governance, not just party politics, but resources, because of this disparity. A lot of times, becoming a councillor is the first step into the middle class. Now I graduate into DSTV, medical aid, and I joined this elites in society with 2 cell phones instead of 1 and becoming unavailable. So there's lots of work that we need to do in this space.
I don't know if John's question was answered about linking the pay of the politicians to the pay of the community. I don't know if you felt that was answered or is still outstanding. While we're thinking about that, I think there are some comments from the YouTube. I don't know if could you read them out for us?
Nomonde says, it seems that the main challenge would be to identify strategic entry points at the interface between elected officials and civil society in order to influence policy and strengthen the accountability. Serena Motala, most ward committees are not working. Serena Motala again, in some cases ward committee members have resigned and have not been replaced. And Nomondi says, perhaps a platform and a mechanism for development and sharing of a common vision, the why of Dr. Kluter and the role clarification is the work that needs to be done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that shows all of us can agree. I think the message is loud and clear, especially from Dr. Kluter saying the hard work is actually not so much in the room here, but the hard work is out there in the streets, and how we take what it is we're doing here to make sure our democracy works. And in that sense, I think that as we summarize our session today, I don't know if there are any last questions that will come. Kujan, you had your answer. Yeah. If you can keep them kort and bondig, it'll help.
Yeah, okay, quickly. My first question goes to Dr. Tina. It's more of really finding the locus of decision-making and power in the coalition that you spoke about. Because normally, in fact, just to give you a context, I worked with at least 4 or 5 international coalitions, and they worked effectively for the last 20 years. They produce most of, international laws that, even our country, South Africa, are there too, and others. So just to give you a bit of background, so they worked. Why? Because there was a goal set, and there was a process. And the goal was really clearly defined. So we knew what we want to achieve, or how the outcome look or less, more like. But beside that, there was a nucleus of those coalitions where the intellect, where the theory, the philosophy, the decision-making was located. So a group of few people influence all those processes. So, but in our local coalition, local government coalition, I'm struggling to find that that location, you know, where we can intervene for civil society if we want to have an impact. Because if we don't know where to locate the power or the entry angle, so to speak, it's going to be hard. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kojan?
Thanks. It's Kugan Pillay, also a Defend Our Democracy supporter and member. I'd hate to stand before you in lunch, so I'm not going to ask a question. But I'd like to leave a thought with the audience for later discussion, and especially also with our presenters, Dr. Inzo and Dr. Kluter, because I disagree with the way they frame politics and politicization. This morning when I left my house, a couple doors away from me is one of the executives from Rand Water. He had a couple bodyguards there with R1 rifles picking him up. This is not politics. What we see in our country is that politics has been bastardized, vulgarized, and criminalized. Tina mentioned earlier about Western democracies and having powerful portfolio committees. I agree with you. What do you do when the #1 person has repeated violations and is now out for corruption and crime? This is the second, third most important person in the country. So I think we have a serious problem, and we need to really look at the concept of politics. This is not politics what our leaders have done. They've criminalized the state. And it's a very different concept from democracy that we're meant to believe under the leaders of Mandela, Tambo, Sisulu, those leaders of '94. No wonder you have Raisa Mzansi calling the 2024 elections our 1994 moment. So I think it's an important time, and I think, as the colleague said, we as civil society need to shape up going forward like we did before 1994. Thanks.
Thanks, Kugan. We'll end with that one, and then we'll have summary responses.
Thank you, Chair. I think what's important to deal with the hard work that Dr. Kluti talks about and what's been deliberated upon here. To make it easy is to bring down, we're reacting currently to the situation on the ground as we're experiencing it. But I think for the future, we need to look at how to educate the age 13s to 18 on a system, perhaps best through the education system, on universal values, on values that are common to the society and that are, as was pointed out, purpose-driven. And perhaps that will set us into the future, into a better prospect. Currently, we are facing the challenges and not going to sort out within the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the last responses then from our presenters. Again, we can start with you, Dr. Tina, and then Klute will follow immediately after that.
The first question about the locus of decision-making, if you remember correctly in the last slide that I shared with you, in fact the two last slides, that demonstrated a shift from a caucus system into a coalition coordinating committee system, which is informal, of course, by its nature. That's where you're supposed to find the locus of decision-making, because through that structure, that's where you bring in the party leaders of the various political parties who are under a coalition partnership in order for them to actually deliberate on certain key priorities and key goals that the municipal council is working on, to deliberate on the performance of the members of the executive committee or the members of the mayoral executive committee, whichever one you would like to call it. But then what you find is that in practicality, in reality, there is also another structure that we do not take into account, the external party political structure, which also influences the way in which these coordinating committees ought to function and also ought to take decisions. Now, if you're going to have a situation, hypothetically, where there are differences in a particular decision that needs to be taken and a party political structure that operates outside of the council, a regional structure, for example, of a political party, has a certain position, there is a likelihood of that position being imposed unto those who are participating in the coordinating committee structure, and also those who are part of the executive committee member system. So that's where you find that there are certain decisions that you absolutely cannot find the locus in terms of its decision making, which also even contravenes sometimes the executive powers of executive mayors, which they also have, particularly in city governments. So these politics, the external politics, the external variables that intervene into these internally, informally developed structures do contribute towards those complexities. And that's where the power of locus is supposed to be at when it comes to that. And that's why I also mentioned that how does civil society begin to interface with those informal structures, such as the coalition coordinating committee, so that there can be an exercise of accountability, and also using coalition agreements to hold those group of political parties who make those decisions in those structures. And then the other comment is just a comment about how should we be defining politics within the state of South Africa. You know, if you look at the characteristics of the state, the South African state, particularly post 2009, under the, you know, the whole phenomenon of state capture, corruption, rampant corruption, maladministration, the erosion of the state bureaucracy, the looting, etc. Some academics could have actually argued that South Africa resonates within a typical African kleptocratic state or a patrimonial state. But I beg to differ, because it's civil society organizations like you who have resisted state capture, who have resisted against us having a patrimonial state, and it's civil societies such as you who are in this room with ordinary community members who actually go out into the streets and put up your placards, who litigate against the state if there are deviant practices. So I wouldn't necessarily, you know, try to sum up South Africa as a kleptocratic state, but it's a democracy that is young, that is going through a whole lot of formations. We're a young democracy. We're still a state in formation. The democracy project has not ended, but I do believe that we are a very resistant state, and I think that's where we have the latitude of actually stepping in and saying that should we get into a coalition framework that was going to be very disruptive nationally and provincially, how can we preempt through the work that we can do? I know there's a gentleman who's absolutely saying no, doesn't agree, but the South African state, and I'm looking at it from the prism of South Africa being an African state, it has not yet collapsed. I've looked at countries such as the DRC, totally collapsed. Somalia, totally collapsed. You know, so we are not yet at that level. And yeah, it just depends on how much are we going to do and make a contribution in the democracy project moving forward under the coalitions. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I agree with what Dr. Tina said there. I just want to come with decision making. You know, the other day I was at a municipality and the supply chain manager told me that she was summoned by the regional secretary. And she first resisted and the municipal manager said, no, she must go. So decision making sometimes happens outside of that nucleus as well. But you know, I talked earlier about the IDP, integrated development planning, ward-based planning, it's bottom-up democracy. I think we need to become, civil society become more vigilant. What is very clear is that administrators and politicians, and sometimes that lines are blurred, they are organized, they understand the rules of the game, they know how to maintain the status quo. And so I think going forward, it's about educating our community, not beyond, and what happens between elections towards the next 2 years must be about educating our community about leadership, about decision making, about openness, about transparency, all these things that we hold so dear in our democracy. And so the ward-based planning, getting people involved, active citizenship, I think we need to go on a mass campaign, on a brand building campaign about what does active citizenship mean? Does it mean, like for so many South Africans, that we just identify the problem? Or how do we then say, is active citizenship applying our collective mind in this coalition of civil society, business, and community and government? So active citizenship, what does it mean, and how do we popularize that and depoliticize that in terms of saying it's about being loyal to the Constitution and this dream of 1994, not deferred, but actively working towards it? I think the lessons for you the last 30 years is that we can't be passive citizenship. It requires leadership, like the National Development Plan advocates, at all levels of our society. We don't want problem identifiers in this country. We've got an abundance of them. It's about saying, how do we graft the hard work in crafting solutions, monitoring it, looking at it, learning, implementing, reflecting. You know, democracy is hard work. It's a contact sport. It's hard work. And I was blessed to be here with you today. Thank you so much.
Let's do a round of applause for our speakers. They have served us very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think if you think our first session was very interesting, very stimulating, wait for our second session after lunch. We're going to reconvene here at 1 p.m. after lunch, and our focus will be that there will be political parties. Let me read what's written here. 5 political parties will share their views on coalition and governance, and we said a lot about that earlier today about what is in the head of some of these political parties as they go into that. I think Dr. Vadi even put up a slide that speaks to, from their own mouth, what they said. And so it will be good to hear what their official position is on that and how they relate to some of the issues that have been raised here. And so we will have the IFP, the ANC, the DA, Rise Mzansi, Action South Africa, detailing some of their perspective on that. And then their inputs will be preceded by a civil society panel that includes the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, OUTA, and I think those two. They will be talking about the public expectations on political parties that are going into coalition. So it will be taking the debate that we have had in the first part of the day to engaging with the political players, and then bearing in mind some of the insights that have come from this first session. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and let's break for lunch, and let's be ready to be here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
2. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please get seated? We are about to start. One, two. Needed some tender loving.
So my name is Rihotsofetsi Chikane. I am part of the National Committee of Defend Our Democracy. When we were originally kind of conceiving this day around this discussion around coalitions, a lot of people had said, you know, we've done a ton of conversations about coalitions over the last years. For some people in the room, you'll remember that a lot of us ended up going to the University of Western Cape in around June last year. There have been multiple different organizations that have been organizing different platforms. And we thought it was deeply important to keep that momentum going the closer we get to elections. You don't want people saying that, no, we talked about this in June, and then never brought it up again, so don't hold us accountable. But we also conceived of this session of trying to better understand the role of civil society vis-a-vis coalitions. What we've now started realizing of our experience over the last decade or so, just underneath a decade, is that A, there is no institutional connection between political coalitions and civil society in a formalized sense, right? The idea that you do not have line of sight over a coalition agreement. You have no say about the outcomes of a coalition agreement. And the question also becomes, should civil society have a say on these issues? So we thought it would be very, very important to bring civil society together to start posing these questions, to start asking what would be required from us. I was on a panel yesterday with a few colleagues from Norway, and someone who does not live in South Africa, lives very, very far away from Bergen Global Institute, made this comment about South Africa, essentially saying that civil society in South Africa is really good at mass mobilization, but really bad at mass organization. And I thought that was fascinating, right? This idea that we can mobilize, we can bring people together, but it becomes really, really hard when we need to get our views together in one united front to put pressure on political organizations. So this is an attempt to start growing that type of culture. So as we go with this session, it is a bit of a long one, so bear with us as we go with this. The logic of the first session is that we're going to get 2 inputs from civil society, each 10 minutes long, and the logic of the inputs is to create the ground for the question and answer session that we're going to have afterwards, around what we believe the role of civil society should be in face of coalitions going into the next elections, and if you're feeling a bit spicy, what we're going to do over the next 2 to 5 years as well, right? Our country doesn't stop after the 29th of May. And the logic is that we're going to get these views and then give political organizations the platform to kind of tell us their ideas about elections and coalitions. And then having a fairly lengthy question and answer session with them, which will last about 45 minutes to an hour. So we've got quite a lot to get through today. So I do want to welcome our first speaker, and I think I've killed enough time to get people back into the room, so that's very exciting. I'm very good at these things, guys, don't worry about it. So for those who came in, my name is Rukhotso Chikani. Welcome to our part B of today's workshop/gathering. I want to first welcome someone who I really feel like we should give them a slight kind of pat on the back, round of applause. Wayne Duvenage from Outer. For those who didn't know, that the e-tolls were finally kind of dismantled. And I think it is we don't get many examples of civil society really fundamentally changing policy at that level, especially after it's already been implemented, right? And it kind of gives the blueprint of what we can do, what we can change if we want to push the right buttons, but also gives us room to say, how do we improve that going forward? I imagine, Wayne, you'd want to tell us, like, if I knew all the lessons, how would I improve this? So I want to welcome Wayne. For those who don't know him, Wayne spent 3 decades in the tourism and transport industry until about 2012, and during which this time he was the chairperson of a car rental industry body and was the board member of the Tourism Business Council. Wayne was the founding director and chairperson of Outer, which set out to pursue civil society's challenge of government's e-toll decision in Gauteng. Since about 2016, Outer has expanded its mandate and escalated the non-profit entity to become a formidable civil activist organization, employing a team of around 45 people, professionals and activists, and they've taken on over 250 projects across the country, most of them related to irrational policy decisions, corruption, maladministration of taxpayers' money. And Wayne was also schooled in KZN and is a BSc graduate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So we'll have Wayne come up first for about 10 minutes to give us his input on the expectations from at least Outer's perspective on civil society going forward into coalition governments and the role that civil society can play. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Rukhotso, and to the team. And the input this morning, I found it very informative and a lot of good stuff coming out of it. I guess the e-toll saga has been a good case of civil society winning when they understand their power and when they are supported by organized civil society. Citizens really were threatened heavily by government at the time. Very coercive strategies on a very bad policy, but they knew that something was wrong. And when you share the information of what is wrong with systems and why it's important to defy bad law or bad policies, we have a history of that in this country, and we can do and change government's minds. What amazes us, though, is they knew the scheme had collapsed a long time ago, and it took them a long time to implement the decision that they'd taken as far back as March 2019, when they stopped pursuing their only avenue of holding people to account for not paying, and that was summonsing them. And I think from then on, what's quite interesting is to watch government and see how they enter into the self-congratulatory process of turning the gantries off when they had nothing to do with it. It was a civil society win. So, you know, I guess what we're seeing is that, and this comment has been made a few times, and that is civil society is as fragmented in its many forms, and it becomes its own worst enemy when it needs to combine. And so how do you get coalition in civil society? It's interesting to watch how it develops in the political space. And we watch it with a lot of skepticism, because we see that it's not necessarily producing the goods that we want to see. So civil society, for instance, in a city like Johannesburg, there's a coalition that is doing immense damage right now to the city. And for us, it's a case of how do we hold government to account at that level. And now we see coalitions going to form for the first time at a national level, how do we influence change? And I guess what we would like to see from the political sphere and the coalitions is far more recognition towards civil society, towards organized civil society, in whatever ideologies or angles or avenues that those organizations come from. Because we do have our respective agendas, as do political parties. But it's very, very important for us to see government playing out in a space where engagement with civil society is meaningful. We don't see enough of that. We see public engagement as a tick box exercise. We see far too much rushing through new policies, new laws, without really taking cognizance of the fact that these so-called ideological viewpoints that government puts together, and R2 is another one, for instance, it's going to make e-tolls look like child's play. Because government has this view that if we just legislate an idea into place, everything else will happen. It'll fall into place, and it doesn't. R2 is impractical. The IRP 2023 is a mess. And there's so much more that needs to be done to listen and take in the input, because civil society, while it tries not to interfere with the mechanisms of government, of democracy, you know, you are voted into power. But it seems that when politicians get into power, they forget that the practicalities and the input that civil society has to make the country and the laws that one implements better, to make them workable, to make them implementable, is not over until you do meaningful public engagement. So we need the coalitions to start understanding that, yes, you get into power through democracy, but what do you do thereafter? And for us, the frustration is that we continuously pay increases in taxes, rates, levies, and nothing increases from a delivery point of view. And we sincerely believe that a city like Joburg could actually reduce its rates and taxes and go forward with the point of view that if it uses that money wisely, if it engages with communities meaningfully, that we can actually take the city into where it should be, which is a world-class city. But it's not going to go there under the current mindsets of political point scoring and politicking and making sure that people divvy out positions. We have to change that mindset from a coalition point of view. We need far more transparency when it comes to budgets, when it comes to finances. This notion that there's going to be increases every year, bonuses paid out when service delivery is absolutely pathetic, is unacceptable. And so if coalitions start basing their remuneration and their bonus payments to their councillors and to administrators on what their performance is from a citizen perspective, I think we'll go a long way towards improving outputs and getting our country to move forward. So whatever happens at the national level in the coalitions and provincial level, we know will cascade down into the relationships that are going to happen at local government level, especially in the metros. And our metros are huge. The Joburg budget is massive. And we cannot allow our metros and our cities to fail the way they are failing now. eThekwini, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, Gqeberha, these are massive cities that are just being poorly run. And we're actually getting tired of it. So what you're doing now is forcing civil society, and I think you need to understand this, is to start unpacking how does it mobilize communities to become the people that are going to stand for ward councillors' positions in the next 2.5 years in local government. It's a way of forcing civil society to start contemplating how do we take politics into the hands of citizens, but we also know that when you do that, you're entering the space of politics. and it's a whole new ball game. And do we really want to go there as citizens? It's not something that you do lightly, but it's something that we might get forced into looking at and doing. So I want to leave those thoughts with the politicians, and hopefully we can get some really good, meaningful feedback from you as to how do we bring civil society closer into the halls of government, into the council rooms, into the planning sessions, and not be left out and not be ignored and not be ostracized in the way that we currently are. Thanks.
So I think the best way to go about this is to get the next speaker to come up, and then we take questions and a discussion based off the two inputs that were given. So our next speaker is one of my favorite people in the country, if she does not know already. Her name is Obakeng Khache from the Ahmed Kathrada Youth. So these are long bio here, and I'm going to read every single word because I think it is worth it. Obakeng is a dedicated and dynamic young professional with a bachelor's degree in psychology, currently serving as the youth activism program manager at the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. Her career is rooted in a passion for community engagement and youth empowerment, a passion which drives her current work in mobilizing and organizing youth across over 30 communities in Gauteng to take the helm of grassroots active citizenry. Prior to her role at AKF, Obakeng demonstrated her leadership as the Deputy Secretary of the University of South Africa's Regional Student Representative Council. In this capacity, she honed her skills in administration, strategy, and negotiation, building a reputation as a force for positive change. Obakeng's commitment to the betterment of her community and the cultivation of future leaders is reflected in her every endeavor. Her work is characterized by a deep understanding of intersectionality of society, a trait honed by her academic background in psychology. So I would like to welcome Obakeng to the stage to give us her 10-minute input.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Obakeng Khache, and I serve as the Youth Activism Program Manager at the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation. At the core of our work is sustained community engagement, and how we do this is by forming youth clubs in different communities. We are currently just in Gauteng in 48 areas. And what we do with these youth clubs and young people in communities, these are young people from different political parties, religions, with different backgrounds and experiences that we bring together to say, how do you design solutions that are best for your community, for the betterment of your areas that you are in? And what we do is, amongst many other things, is civic education workshops. So when we go and have these civic education workshops, we have conversations around how do you strengthen democracy as a young person, what is your role in doing this, and how do you include everyone else in the community and be at the and lead in organizing people around your community to form part of this process. And one thing that came out of this, because now we're going towards elections and we're having conversations around voting, is why young people are not voting. Because we'd ask questions around, are you voting? Do you know what you're going to vote for? And all of that. And a lot of them would say, I am not going to the voting station on the day. And that is not because they do not have an understanding of the importance of voting, as many people might think, but it's simply because they have lost trust in politicians and they have lost trust in political systems. So what we then decided to do after that is have what we call an undecided voters chillers, right? So before people kill me, a chillers is just young people meeting and having a conversation, nothing else. That's all we do. So yesterday we had our first undecided voters chillers in Soweto in a community called Snake Park, which is under the city of Johannesburg. Now I think we've spoken a lot about the mess in COJ, so I don't have to go into that. But something that came out of this, one of the key points that came and that I resonated with as a resident of Johannesburg myself, is how the instability in COJ due to coalitions is messing up our communities, how it's messing up service delivery and accountability in these communities. And while we're having these conversations, for a moment I thought I was in my own area, in Leratong where I live, because it was unbelievable how we could all be having the same experiences like that. It cannot be happening. And at the core of all of that is coalition governments. So in Joburg, since in just this term, from 2021, we've had over 5 mayoral committees. So now what this means is that today Obakeng is the MMC of safety, tomorrow she's in economic development. By the way, I don't know how one person is able to do all of that at once, but they are very good, I guess. So what this does, and one key thing we highlighted in that conversation, is that today when Obakeng is the MMC of safety in Johannesburg, and Obakeng's constituency is in Leratong, and that's where her voters are, Obakeng engages with that community and that community alone, or other communities that vote for her. And this leaves out other areas. Tomorrow, Obakeng is out, and Khosi is the new MMC of safety. Khosi now goes and engages with a different kind of community, and all plans that were there for other communities are out of the way. So there's this inequality in the distribution of services in the city because everyone is putting their own interests at heart. If I do not serve these people, they are not going to vote for me. Everyone else does not matter. We cannot be living in such a situation, and it scares me out to think of what would happen in National. I'm not interested in waking up every day and having to go to Google and find out who my new president is, because that seems like that's where we're going. An example of this is last year, so a few years ago, we had a campaign to have a library in Lehigh open that was built, but community members did not have access to. So there were petitions in place, and this was way before I even joined the foundation. There were petitions in place and processes, young people organizing peacefully to try and get that library open. And just where we thought we had met our victory, we get an email from the mayor's office to say, I am going to be there. I remember that date very well. I think it was the 25th of May. In 2023, we are opening the library and we are excited. We're telling the community that this is finally happening. The following day before that, he is removed. And I wake up in the morning and on the headlines, there's a new mayor, so the library is not opening. So now you have to undergo another process of engagements with someone who's new about what has been happening, how far you have been. And this is someone who's probably, as a human being, overwhelmed by all this information that is coming. And they now have to prioritize and choose who they are going to serve better. Who suffers at all of this as communities. I think going into the 2024 general elections, and with high chances of coalition governance, both at province and national level, I have 2 simple points here, and it's that we need transparency and inclusivity in processes. We need to go back and engage communities, especially as civil society, and say to people, when you go out and vote for someone, you are giving them a job if they get into power. I have never in my life, and I don't know, maybe people have experienced this, seen employees who do not care what the employer thinks like this. And because we've allowed them to be that way. Because we've allowed them to freestyle and do as they please, and therefore that's what they do. And we forget that we actually employ them and we give them these jobs. They should be working very hard to impress us. But that is not what's happening at all. So we need a government that would be transparent about the negotiation processes, their agreements, and the logic behind given positions. So when I walked in, I saw Dr. Bandile Masuku here, and the thought came into my mind that as a doctor, as a medical doctor, should his party go into power, it would be very sad to see him now being placed somewhere in sports or agriculture when what he knows is medicine, and what he should be doing is medical work and assisting in that department. How do you place someone in a position, myself as a mere psychology student, to go and do agriculture when I know nothing about even gardening at its mere thing? who do I know who would be able to provide the best systems? So what that does is because I know nothing about that field, I'm just going to pick anyone to come into the department. I won't know who's best to do the job. I will have no knowledge about the field, and I will be in a rush to just get people employed. And that's where the failures come from. So it's not just the failure of the MEC, MMC, or the minister, but it's also the people that they hire to do the work in those departments. And honestly, how do we expect them to hire the best of the best when they do not know who's best at doing that work? Because it's not their passion, firstly, and secondly, it's just a field that they know nothing about. We need to, as civil society, find ways to organize towards a change in certain policies. And this includes how coalitions work, like I said, in terms of being transparent about their agreements and have people form part of these agreements. How do we get to a stage where, as citizens, we say, if we go into a coalition government, this is how we want it to run. We cannot have mayors or mayoral committees or whatever committees changing every 2 weeks because people wake up and decide that they don't like each other, and it affects all of us. So as employers, we need to sit down and look at our HR requirements properly and go through it thoroughly and ensure that we are able to provide a line of march that is clear and that people can abide by. If someone is not willing to follow, then they can simply leave. That's what happens in a normal working space. We need to engage communities on all these processes that happen. We have seen how civil society has had to take on the weight without finances, without any kind of budget, to educate communities about systems that are there. I know that it's heavy, but if we each commit to adopting communities and say we are going to intentionally engage this community in Mamelodi and talk to them about this and be with them throughout the process, then I think it might make things easier. But we also need to sit down and say, if we say whoever goes into coalition and the coalition government must include civil society, who is civil society? Where do they start? If we do not organize ourselves now and say we have some sort of a collusion of civil society and we say we know that organization A specializes in this, and where there's a need for a consultation on this matter, organization A would be the best one to do this, then we are not prepared enough. So there's a lot of preparation that we need to do also within ourselves, because divided and having our own meetings in different corners is not going to help. We need to have a united approach when we go into government and say, we have seen that organization A is very best at this, and we have this issue of water, and we know that outside can maybe deal with water issues and has people who specialize in this. Therefore, it will take lead in the conversation and representing civil society. So we need a government also that's going to be very inclusive and genuine about processes. We have processes in place, like the IDP, the Integrated Development Plan, where communities are given a chance to sit down and form part of the process of influencing the budget in the city, for example. But people do not know about this. But because politicians and those in power must tick a box and say, we consulted communities, they will go a few days before this IDP happens and put up posters and just tick a box to say, no, we told people that this is happening. And out of that, you are denying people an opportunity to engage you and say, this is what we need. This is how we want it to happen. And once we are very genuine about engaging people, then that is when we'll get to a stage when people can communicate, when people can have trust again, and people can freely go into the voting stations. So just as I conclude, my last point is deliver on election promises. So like Jose said, I used to be in the SRC, and with UNISA, when you have different percentages, you are then forced to go into a coalition governance within an institution level. So you had these different political parties or student representatives having to come together and serve students together. You are forced to do that. I won't lie, it was the most beautiful experience for me, because we all had a chance to say, I'm going to show people that Party A can actually do better, and in my portfolio, I'm going to serve better. I'm going to show people that Party what can do better, and I'm going to serve better. So my advice is, as much as some like grandstanding and showing off, if there's one kind of showing off and grandstanding that I'm really appealing for, is service delivery. Show people that your party can deliver. Show off and deliver the best services to the people of this country. Show off and show people why they should put trust in you, and do very well once you are given a position to lead. Kwasi said it's time up for me, so that's where I'll close it and we'll engage more in questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, I mean, what we're going to do now, I really wish I could drop this lower. What we're going to do now is that I kind of want to open up the room for discussion. A lot of the points that were made, I think, will kind of gravitate in the room as well. I mean, I was thinking, as both speakers were talking, about two particular experiences I've had about conversations with political parties around coalitions. The first one that happened in Cape Town last year was, all the political parties were kind of discussing about the arrangements for coalitions, right? Talking about things such as thresholds, the amount of people you can be there, how we divvy up the seats. But the language that they were using was around who should be leading the coalition. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, who should be at the head of this coalition, right? And I made the point at the time of that feels like your coalition is not about sharing power, but whoever has power. And as long as the logic of your coalition is who wins, then the logic of how you share power then falls by the wayside. So when then you have a fight and someone has the opportunity to take power from you, if the political culture is centered on that, then you will always have continuous change. The other thing I realized was, and this is where civil society comes in, and Obakeng mentioned this comment about who is civil society. Same conference, the conversation was, we need to know who's in power so we can lead the charge for service delivery in our area so that we can put our mandate towards citizens at a local level, so not necessarily national. And I thought, then what's the purpose of the IDP process? Right? If all we're looking for is someone to lead on your particular agenda, then why make us go through the IDP process at all as citizens? Ideally, it should be, we want to implement the IDP, but you can't hold government accountable to implement the IDP created by citizens if civil society and citizens aren't organized themselves. So I want to open up the room to people's responses to the remarks that were given, your own thoughts about how you think civil society should be organizing, how you think civil society, in the context of coalitions, not just broadly, but in the context of coalitions, what the work of civil society should be between now and elections, and more importantly, between now and 2026, especially in the context of potential legislative changes as well. So I'd like to open it up. Don't all throw your hands all up at once. So I saw one, and I think we've got a roving mic. Yeah, Noah's got the roving mic. And two, and we'll take questions in threes if we can. Or comments, the third one. Perfect. So let's start that side, we'll move across the room.
Yes, I have a question for Obakeng.
For Obakeng.
You were talking about those youth meetings. I obviously wasn't there, I don't qualify. But if I have a question. If the question was asked, please give the answer. And if the question wasn't asked, what do you think the answer would be? The question is, if a candidate that those young people could relate to stood for election, would they more likely or less likely vote? In other words, if somebody who looks like them, is their age, has their experiences, and can speak to them, stands for election, are they more likely to participate or less likely to participate?
Cool, we'll take one at the back.
Okay, quickly. My question goes to the notion of peace and security. I think in the coming election, it's assumed that we're going to have peaceful, non-violent elections. I don't see a reasonable effort from the civil society to really make sure that we actually have peaceful, non-violent or violent-free elections. I don't see us working perhaps as we should, and that's my fear. So this is the fear that I want to communicate to everybody, that perhaps we need to really up our game in that front. Perhaps deliberate deliberations is actually necessary to look at a strategy on how we respond on practical terms, when such a situation arises during the voting days or during the election. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've got one hand there.
Okay, I want to speak about the IDPs. I've been attending these IDP sessions, I don't know, for over 10 years now. Nothing really happens. It's just become a talk show. People vent their frustrations. And your first challenge is to get budget allocated to a project. But even once that is done, it's very seldom implemented. I don't know why. We've got this public environment upgrade in our area. It's been promised to us for over 10 years. If you go and look at your budgets, it's always there. It's never been implemented. I don't know why. Then the second issue I want to raise is this government, this constant changing of mayors and administrations. It has a very detrimental effect, especially at city entity levels. And that's why you see many of these city entities have now become a law unto themselves. I don't even think they bother about who's in power anymore. They just do whatever they want to do. And that's also very dangerous. A prime example is your Joburg property company. They just do what they want, and they don't even care what the politicians say anymore, because that's a problem, that your political leadership can't hold these city entities to account anymore, because they're always jostling for power among themselves. And even at the coalition level, you'll see different parties. Action SADA always at each other's throat. ANC, EFF always at each other's throats. That's that type of thing. Those are just some of my thoughts. Thanks.
No, thanks so much. So I know there was one kind of direct question for Obakeng, and Wayne, feel free as well if you want to add any other comments. But Obakeng, do you want to jump in first?
So for the question on independent candidates, which I think that's what the question was, the main issue is that the politicians that we have already currently are people from these communities. So the most thing that, sorry, I'll move there then.
You can stand there, I'm sure.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So the main thing is that these are people from communities. So from Snake Park, for example, we have leaders in government who have lived in Snake Park. So it's an issue of, it seems like once you go into politics or you go into government, then you are dented and you do not care anymore. So that's where the fear is, because we did raise the issue of if you had someone from your community stand as an independent, would you vote? But it seems as though everyone just feels like, but once you go into that space, then you change and you do not remember the people, so it's a useless process. But of course, there are communities where you find young people who say, definitely I would vote, but they do not understand the processes that go into someone standing as an independent candidate. And then I think the other one was on the safety element. I think as civil society, we are maybe privileged with information because we have access to resources. So we know when something happens, what to do. And that's what we should be doing. If we see that there are threats to the elections that we are going to, what kind of actions are we taking now to prevent those? So politicians who are making comments that make us feel that they could do something after elections that could harm our country or disrupt processes, what is it that we are doing now before that even happens? If laws are in place for us to do something, then we need to take action earlier and not allow it to even get to that point. Thanks.
Yeah, Wayne, do you want to add anything? Coming from there.
I think just on the issue of the elections, these are the most hotly contested elections, and civil society is, I believe, playing quite an active role in making sure that there are volunteers from civil society. It is something that we should be able to rely on the IEC and other oversight bodies, but for this, for the first time, we see many organizations that have set up, that do have volunteer platforms. Election Watch is one of them. and there'll be a lot closer scrutiny of exactly what goes on. So I don't think civil society is being absent in that space. I think they're doing quite a lot. In fact, more so now than they have done in the past.
Yeah. So I'd like to take a second round of hands, and as people are thinking of their questions, just to respond to the question around IDPs, I think, and it'll be interesting to see what the parties say to this, because it speaks to this fundamental issue that I think is important of, as a member of a political party, who do you feel more accountable to? Your party or your citizens? And if you feel accountable to your citizens, I use this phrase, how do citizens put the fear of God in you outside of an election? But so outside of like the 29th of May until the next election, like what are the mechanisms that you think are like, yeah, if someone pressed this button, I would ask, how high do you want me to jump? And I'm very, very curious because I've never really gotten a straight answer for that. So I want to take a second round of questions and comments. We've got one there. Got one in the front. Life works better in threes. We've got one there, perfect. And then a second one at the back. So we've got 4 this round, perfect. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Jim Powell. The only way to get somebody to do what you tell them is that they are responsible to you. It is common, in fact, I think almost universal, that any politicians who are aligned with a political party will do what the party says, even if it goes directly against their own constituents. And we have that happening within the Buccleuch area. And when you talk to virtually anybody about their local councillors, some of them do what the voters want, the constituents, but the majority just keep quiet and just don't do it. And that's one of the biggest problems of lack of accountability inside or outside a coalition, that the party is the boss, not your employers, the voters.
Thank you for that. We've got one in the front. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
My name is Trevor Nklola. I would like to talk about the youth. My concern is that our... Okay, sorry.
And now you have the spotlight on you as well.
You know, in our culture, the old people, they intimidate us. So my question, I'm not sure if there's a question, but let me go ahead. It's about the youth. It's not necessarily posed to you, but I want, do you still hear me? Okay. It's about the young people. About 42% of the youth in this 42% population of Africans are young people. 62%, if my statistics are right, are all over the world. So we have more young people in the continent. And I think our generation, we don't take the young people very seriously. We use them to patronize. We patronize them. We put them as a furniture so that we look. Majority of our young people are in the townships. Their level of education is as far as matric. They can't articulate like us. Our conferences are in these places. If we really want to be in touch with the young people, we should go not necessarily to Soweto. Soweto has got, I'm from Soweto so that people don't think I'm bashing Soweto. Soweto has got too much airtime and media coverage. There are places, like you mentioned, Lehigh. People don't know where Lehigh is. There are these places that are dumped at the backyard of Johannesburg, backyard of Pretoria and all these places, where those people, they are being killed because they stolen something. About a month ago where I work, a young person was beaten and burned because he stolen something. Yes, it's wrong for him to steal, but there's no need to ban that person. So I would like to, as a pastor, all these political parties that are going to come here, I don't know what to say in English. You will tell them in it. And tell us things that we want to hear. We are tired. I can't handle a young person who's being banned for stealing bread or for stealing something to go and want to. And then we talk about nice things, English we articulate. On the ground, people they are scared to come here because they don't know. And it is 30 years after democracy. So people, let's come to the level and help people like this. How old are you? 25. 25. More than 50% or 40% of our young people are black, suffering in the township. And we have these meetings here. And we are fed, they give us food, and we go, we've forgotten there are people who are called Nyaupes and all that. I'm talking here as a pastor, I'm not ashamed of that. I just want to tell you, we work on the ground. So we must have a different narrative. Don't come and tell us slogan and nice English here. Please talk to us so that when we go and talk with our people, they can go and vote. Part of me sometimes feel like, don't even go and vote because they are the same, these people. Thank you.
So before we take that hand, there was one at the back, and then one of our young individuals from AKF, if I recognize the shirts. No.
Thank you, Chair. You've triggered my conscience. And I think that's what civil society needs to promote, a consciousness of socio-economic justice and dignity, and to practice that within ourselves first. Your question was asked, how do we get the accountability? And we're all focusing on how to hold the parties and the groups accountable. But every individual needs to hold themselves accountable. How to achieve this is the big challenge. And I think and that was my earlier suggestion about the education processes, that we need to initiate. Our education system, I mean, there's lamentation about where it takes you, whereas we can weave a lot of these values and concepts that are universal, not particular to any religion, because people are sensitive to when we talk of religion in the traditional context. But over 85% of our country are faith-based communities. And I think if I tell you that we must subscribe to a consciousness of socio-economic justice and dignity for all, is there anyone in this room that can deny that? It's universal. And those are the types of values I think that is required in our nation. And if we can work within every aspect of our endeavors, bring these values in, I think we will gradually make some change. Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. One hand in the back, and then we'll take in the middle, and then we'll round up this session and move to the next.
Sambona. My name is Lindoku Sheshongwane from Equal Education. So I wanted to speak on the part of the youth not being interested in voting. So most of these political parties, politicians, when they come to communities or to universities, colleges, the way they speak with the youth is not attractive to them. You come with your big words, your manifestos are not relatable. So whenever I read your manifesto or you come to me, you speak this English and there's this certain way they all act when they speak. They want you to see, good, yeah, you know, comrades, we are here, we are going to deliver. And as much as they do all those things, they just make us to be less interested because, you know, this one from this other political party will come, will act this way, the other one will do the same thing. So you end up not being interested and not seeing the value of you going to your vote. And one of the things I noticed is that when they want the youth to go and vote, they will buy alcohol. Comrades, here is alcohol, go and vote. Like also that on its own, you buy alcohol for me today, tomorrow in the morning, papalaza, I'm tired, I don't see the need to go out and vote. So they have to start having these conversations with the youth in a way that is attractive to them. We see they are trying shame with TikTok, but now you can also see good challenges when you do it. Challenge, it's already says good. You see good challenge now it's just two different people. And I also wanted to raise the point, Yoguti, as much as they come to us and tell us, Guti, youth, you have the power right now before the elections, they also have to tell the youth that you also have power beyond Ipalot. Because if I am interested only now during the process of going to vote and post the 29th of May, I no longer have interest. It means, Guti, the youth will just sit, asking vote, whoever wins, wins. I'm not going to hold anyone accountable. So we have to start having this conversation with the youth to tell them, Guti, as much as you have voted, you now have to take part in this civic society education programs. And also, we need to go to them and tell them, Guti, you don't have to necessarily be fluent with English. These are the spaces where you are welcome. But you won't feel welcome when you figure lapaya everyone we are kumsha and our English catch. And this Baba mentioned on our brothers, those ones who smoke in Yaupe, those who are stealing. Most of these kids, they passed their matric very well. Some of them, they were in universities, they were in colleges, but because of the current system of funding is failing them, they ended up dropping out. And when young people come out and say, hey, I have a problem, mental health, our parents just say, Ukalile, you are weak. And it's things that we go through in universities and they make us good to see gulauma situations. But most important, let us also emphasize the power beyond Ipalot.
And let's take one last comment. Yeah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thanks. My name is Catherine, and what I would want to ask is, to what extent do we really understand this word accountability? Because my sense is that, for one thing, people mix it up with responsibility, and it's completely different. In my understanding is that responsibility, you're almost investing trust in the individual to do the right thing in your interests, whereas accountability means that you have to answer the questions that come from the people who have elected you in, obviously. And very few of us actually know what that means when it comes to application. And I want to say, to what extent have we built into our thinking and programs and so on the fact that, given, as I think has been suggested by quite a few people here, we've all been deeply, deeply shaped and influenced by our education, by our religious communities, by our cultural communities and so on. And within all of those, we have been taught that basically leaders know more than we do. And in some cases, the leaders can tell us to shut up and stop being disrespectful if we ask them questions, even if it's just for clarification. So the word respect is such a heavily emotionally loaded term, but actually it can be used, it can be abused, let me put it like that, to tell people, that young people in particular, that they're not allowed to call for accountability. They're not allowed to expect that they should get transparency from their leaders. So what I would like to sort of add to Dr. Vavi's list of what leaders were that we spoke about this morning is that all leaders should be inviting people to provide feedback, inviting constructive criticism, being secure in themselves so that they're not threatened by people who question them, and they certainly don't turn around and say, who do you think you are? Because I think so much of our socialization implies that we must know our place, we must stay small. Leaders have been put there by forces beyond us, and who are we to question? And I think that we need to really be unpacking this issue of what is accountability. It means I have the right to ask questions. I have the right to rally people to get rid of you if you're a leader that's not serving our interests, and so on. I just think that it's a touchy subject because, you know, how do we respond to authority and leadership and so on is very culturally bound. But at the same time, I do think we need to learn how to respectfully hold leadership to account if we're going to implement democracy. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that was the last comment. So I want to thank you all for your input so far. I think it really does also set the tone for the conversation going forward with the political organizations. So I do want to welcome them up, but I know we're supposed to get those 3 chairs up here. So as our team gets those 3 chairs up here, I think just the 2 points, I mean, and I don't want to, I was on SRC in 2012 at the University of Cape Town, and I remember being frustrated at the exact same thing that our young person at the back said. I remember making the argument of like, young people aren't apathetic, you just don't know how to interest us. And the fact that it's been 10 years and another young person is saying the exact same thing that I used to say 10 years ago, 12 years ago now, is an insane thing. Right? We really need to ask that question of the failure to mobilize and organize and galvanize young people who are the biggest demographic in this country as well as the biggest non-voting demographic in the country. Without capturing them, you open up the floodgates for bad things to happen. And for those who know me, I mean, I use a particular phrasing, one that a few people would be like, you're going to say this again. I hate the term born free in our country for young people. I really, really dislike it. I think it's one of the worst phrases you could describe the majority of young people in our country. And I say the majority of young people in our country are actually born into bondage. That statistically speaking, if you are born in poverty in this country, statistically speaking, you will die in poverty in this country. Right? That's just the way the country is as it stands. And that hasn't fundamentally shifted over the last 30 years. And the question then becomes, when you confront young people with this conundrum of your opportunities are limited, your opportunities for climbing up the social ladder are limited, it opens up the window for people to say, well, enough's enough. And I used to always joke around on panels to say, you know, at one point this country will explode. It's an unsustainable situation. And I used to joke and joke and joke until July unrest happened. And I said, that's the blueprint for it. If you wanted this country to explode, you take advantage of the disenfranchised young people of the country who are just looking for a way up, and you mobilize them. Now, it failed, but if it was to succeed, what is our counter to it when young people would look at people and say, you did not help us? But that is enough of my soapbox. I want us to go on to the political organizations. So we are really, really lucky to have quite a few organizations with us. I'm going to introduce them in no particular order. It's also because the bios are on different parts of my phone as well. So I first want to welcome Silius Brink from the Democratic Alliance. Silius Brink currently serves as the mayor of Tshwane. He was DA's Shadow Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs between 2020 and 2023, and he was a Member of Parliament between 2019 and 2013. Can we welcome you up to take a seat? We also have another good friend of mine, Ifan Mangera. Ifan is an activist, organizer, and community builder. He previously served as a youth activism program manager at the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, organizing, mobilizing, and developing socio-political consciousness of young people across 30 community-based youth activist clubs. And Ifan Mangera is here to represent Rise Mzansi. Then we have another personal favorite of mine, Kululeko Hlengwa. Kululeko Hlengwa is a South African politician who serves as the member of the National Assembly of the IFP. He holds the position of chairperson of Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts. And for those who don't know that standing committee, it is one of the most important parliamentary committees we have. So let's give him a round of applause as well. Okay. And then we have Mr. Michael Beaumont, who is the co-founder and national chairperson of Action SA, a political party that was formed in August of 2020. He started his politics at a very early age of just 22, and he's managed to move his way up in a way that I think is quite impressive. Beaumont holds a BA, Joint Honors in Politics and Environmental Science from Rhodes University. He has a postgraduate diploma from the postgraduate diploma in Business Administration from the Wits Business School, and is the author of the best-selling book, The Accidental Mayor. Beaumont is a student of coalitions, serves on national coalition structures with the DA, VF+, IFP, and ACDP, and has formed part of the South African delegation to study coalition governments in Europe. Can we give him a round of applause as well? Michael, I must say, I wish you had come to the Wits School of Governance, but I will forgive you for that. It is perfectly fine. And then lastly, we have Mr. Bandile Masuku. Bandile Masuku is a medical doctor and an ANC politician serving as the member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, who was born in Bara Hospital, and he ended up working years later as he cut his political teeth in the Congress of South African Students, COSAS, and elected to the National Executive Committee of the South African Students Congress back in 2013, where he became the national spokesperson of the ANC Youth League. He was Gauteng MEC for Health between May of 2019 and October of 2020, and Masuku is currently the chair of Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Safety. If we can welcome Mr. Masuku as well. So the way this session will function is that we're going to give each organization quite a kind of lengthy amount of time to speak, because we've given ourselves a lengthy amount of time to engage with them as well. So each organization has about 10 minutes. You know, if you want to give up your 10 minutes to another party, it is your choice. But if we can keep it to the 10 minutes, that would be great as well. And then thereafter, we're going to open up the discussion to everyone else in the room, to pose your questions based off their responses, and we'll do that for about 45 minutes to an hour. And I might probe as well during that Q&A session, but hopefully I won't have to jump in at that point. So, I'm very glad everyone sat in a random order because I didn't want to be pressured in any particular way. And I'm my dad used to work in government and used to tell me about, you know, protocol always has to be observed, and it's been drilled into me. So whenever I make a mistake, I feel like I've somehow betrayed him in one way or another. So I'm going to work going from my left to right, if that is fine with everyone in the room. And I want to give Ndad Masuku your opportunity to give us your 10 minutes about your ideas around coalitions, your ideas about how the ANC engages in such conversations, if it were to engage such conversations, and your general responses to the comments that were put into the room.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm just going to start by indicating that I've learned a few assumptions today. Just from the morning since we started about the discussion about coalitions. One of the assumptions is that civil society is assumed to be inherently progressive and it's homogeneous and revolutionary and transformative. That's one assumption that I've learned today, and it's one assumption that I think we shouldn't let it pass without engaging it, because there are some civil society organizations that are counterproductive and counter-revolutionary in a way. And I think it's one of the things that I'd want to start off with. The second assumption that have been made is that all politicians are bad. That's one of the things that has been in the room. You know, even old and retired politicians, now because they are out, they tend to say that current politicians are not really progressive and thinking correctly in many aspects of the problems that we face as a country. And I think these assumptions are assumptions that we need to dispel today. So I would want to start by saying that the ANC is not going into elections looking for coalition partners or looking forward to coalitions. We are going to these elections with an interest of winning them outrightly, because it will be counterproductive and counterintuitive if we go into a battle or a game of soccer or cricket with the assumption that we want to share the spoils with everybody. And maybe let me excuse that pun. So we are looking for a progressive outlook for the country. Since our formation in 1912, the ANC has been based on a principle of unity, unifying different tribal groups and clans within one platform to fight legally the dispossession of our land and the minerals. And from its word go, the word unity in the ANC is sacrosanct. And historically, that's what we have always been. Because part of the defeat of our tribes and part of the dispossession process that happened, or the wars that happened within, that the native groups, as they are called, were defeated, it was because they were disunited. They were fighting in silos, and they were not united. Others helped other, whether it was a Boer group, or Afrikaner group, or the English group, but they helped each other. So the ANC came into the picture as an organization that fosters unity. And I think it's captured in one of the presentations that are made by the Pixley Kaseme, who was the first president of the ANC, who said that we need to bury, the racial and tribal hatred amongst themselves and get united. And you see it historically in our processes, that even when, in the 1950s, different reorganization of the ANC saw us as the ANC uniting with other parties from different racial groups, your democratic liberals and the Indian congresses. That has been how the ANC have been moving in terms of creating a broad platform to fight for social change and transformation. Even the adoption of the Freedom Charter is an inclusive document that actually explains how we want to see the new South Africa evolving into, which still remains embedded in our constitution of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous, and democratic South Africa. So you can go on. There are a lot of anecdotal evidence that you'll see, where you can see that the ANC has always been a movement that fosters unity from different groups, but to have a major thrust towards the liberation of Africans in particular and blacks in general. So let me come to the main thing. I think it was important for us to talk about the historic nature so that we don't assume that we all understand where the ANC comes from in its posture of being united, creating unity. When I started off by saying that we are going into these elections to win them outrightly. We are doing something right somewhere, it might come out okay. And we are pretty much confident that it might not happen, that we seek coalition partners. But in a situation where we seek coalition partners, it has been very clear and instructive from our national conference in 2022 that we will have to seek coalition partners that we agree with them in terms of our values and principles. And as I've said to you, that our principles have been long being embedded in our constitution and even based on the Freedom Charter. So the major issue, it will be that when we seek coalition partners, it will be people that seek to do that, to achieve a united South Africa. The second thing that we are going to do, or that we are proposing in our framework, is to have a situation where a party that gets a majority of votes, even if it's not a 50% plus one, must be the one that tends to lead and form government. And I think the issues of thresholds and so on come into the picture, so that we get rid of the executive mayor system in a situation or in a case where that party doesn't get 50% plus one. That will definitely allay the fears of instability, and that will almost help to build some form of an organization like the government of national unity. So why I posed the issue or came with the issue of the historic narrative of the ANC, it has always been within our culture and tradition and even our mechanics to unite, because if you care to know that the government of national unity, the first government that was formed in the country, which was democratically elected, had 4 different political parties in it. Had the ANC, had the New National Party, had the IFP, it had Azapo. In KZN, it was also the same. So the issue was that there should be a movement forward to build and put into place systems that we see today that we're enjoying. So it's nothing new for us to call on other parties to form part of our government to be able to take our society forward. And I think that the coalitions, by nature, we are worried about them, how they are put together. We do worry about the transparency matter, about how they put together and what they are agreeing of and what are the minimum programs, which we propose in our framework, that those programs must be well canvassed and they must be known to the public, and the public must then use them to hold the government of national unity or of local unity, as it's called in many instances, accountable. So we are worried about it, and it's something that we are quite confident that if we use our framework, we'll be able to move a bit forward with coalitions. But other parties, then we know for a fact that they are definitely knowing very well that they won't win elections. So the discussion to the matter of coalitions is more of their own survival. Thank you.
So, no, thank you for that. And I want to go to you, Michael, if you can also give kind of your thoughts about how you're approaching these elections, and also your thoughts on the general comments that were given before you guys came up to the stage.
All right, thank you very much, and it's lovely to be here. And let me just start by praising the initiative. I really think there cannot be enough of these kind of engagements. The comment was made earlier that civil society shouldn't wade into politics. I disagree. Wade in. I think we need more people to start stepping into that space and playing an active role. So from our point of view, thank you very much for convening this engagement. And let me also say, because the comment was made earlier by the gentleman in the blue shirt, that political parties are at each other's throats. And there's no doubt that there have been a number of examples in local coalitions which we must regard as a learning. Certainly in anything in life, whether it's civil society, politics, business, you go through a kind of phase of forming, storming, and norming. And I think there's no doubt that we've gone through the storming phase, and the evidence has been all around us to see. But the future is coalition, whatever confidence people may have of majorities in this election. The future is coalition. And the sooner we embrace that and we embrace the good of coalition, the better. And I want to give you an example of the good of coalition, because we always focus on the negative. But let's understand the stability of single-party rule has not done well for South Africa either. 43% unemployment, the 5th highest violent crime rate in the world, continuous load shedding, The list goes on. And I think we must be careful not to become Stockholm Syndrome victims to the idea of stability, when in fact the creative tensions of a coalition are a thing to be celebrated, especially if those creative tensions are around the issues that are important to South Africans. If they are about who gets what position and who gets what tender, that's not healthy. But if it is about whether the right person has been appointed into a process, whether that process was followed the right way, whether that person is competent to perform that role, that's a good kind of tension. And we must also learn to embrace the positives of the future of coalition rather than just focus on the negatives. But having said that, I will now address the kind of questions that were put to us. And when it starts off with this idea of the principles that Action SA applies in terms of partnering with another political party. And the example of that we can easily give is the idea of the multi-party charter. And that is a concept that has understandably caught a lot of wind in recent times. But we still stand behind this organization, which is the largest bloc outside of the ruling party in the history of South Africa. And it is the first of its kind in the form of a pre-election agreement that recognizes in South Africa you only have 14 days from an election to constitute a government. Now that is not a healthy idea in a world of coalition, and that is why we have come together to form an agreement. And we have not done this because we deeply love one another. That's certainly not the case, and it's public and evident to see. But certainly from our standpoint, we do it because it is a commitment to the idea of change in South Africa that requires people to put aside their differences and work together to present a common vision. In that regard, the group of parties in this charter, and those who we will work with after the election as well, have a vision for a new government to build a just, inclusive, and prosperous South Africa based on opportunity, freedom, and security for all its citizens. We believe that parties must be aligned around the priorities of government. So if you do not believe that the economy and joblessness is a priority, then you will not fit in. If you do not believe that load shedding and the solutions to our energy crisis are a priority, then you won't fit in, etc., and those are all listed. Importantly, it also involves shared governing principles. These aren't just the program of action items, these are the underpinnings of an ethos of government and things that have to be done in order for government to be more effective. You would call it an institutional culture in an organization, and certainly respect for public money and accountability and transparency become important principles behind what we would call the shared governing principles of a coalition government that would follow an election. And then we also speak about the idea of a declaration of intent. And I'm sorry to the gentleman to my left, I don't mean for this to be so closely seated to one another as I say this. But we're also very clear that for us to bring about change, we need political parties that will align around the displacement of the current national government, who have been presiding over our country for the last 30 years and are inseparable from the crisis that has developed over the last 30 years. But when we talk about the stability of coalition, I think that's the elephant in the room. That's the issue that everyone needs us to unpack because the experience in local government has been so bad. And from that point of view, a pre-election agreement is an important part of that program. And it is important because you've got to come together to determine things that you can't deal with in the 14 days after an election. If you deal with it in the 14 days after the election, you get coalitions that are built exclusively around who gets what. And we've seen the consequences of that in local government. But if you have coalitions that are formed on the basis of coming together to determine what our priorities are, what our governing principles are, even where the policy overlap lies between the political parties involved, those are very helpful processes that need to even precede an election so that you can deal with that 14-day period as best as you can. Because around the world, parties have months after election to deal with those scenarios, and the 14 days in South Africa is particularly challenging. It's important to say that stabilities of coalition have to be based on a program of action. In our learnings from places like Germany and Denmark, we were horrified to see that the coalition agreements that we built in South Africa were about 9 pages long, and they were so broad that, quite frankly, they applied to everyone. In those countries where coalitions function successfully and have for many, many years, the coalition agreements are over 150 pages long, and they are programmatic. They focus on the fact that this coalition government will build a bridge here. It will build a school there. It needs a hospital in this community here. And what's helpful about that is when your coalition government is based around those programs, it's much easier for success to be determined as to whether you are succeeding or failing, but for the happiness and stability of coalition partners to be predicated upon the only important issue, which is whether that government is delivering in the way that it should. And that would be a very helpful step forward to improve the stability of our coalitions. The next point has to be transparency. I'm going to speak more about this just now, but transparency is a massive challenge in coalitions, because what you have is a democratic process where 27.7 million South Africans are invited to express their views for the future of the country. And then you have 5 or 6 unelected people in a proverbial smoke-filled room negotiating a coalition. And that is a subversion of the democratic principle of an election. And a lot has to be done to improve that process, because actually, with the cynicism that I've heard in this room about politicians, and it's not misplaced, the best thing you can do is shine a bright light. If you want politicians to behave effectively, make it in their interest to behave effectively. It is a self-interest game, I'm afraid, and if you can generate self-interest in stable coalitions, you will get stable coalitions. And a big part of this has to be legislative reform. I know legislative reform isn't the only answer, there's no question, but the 14-day period is not enough to convene a government. Our electoral system, the gentleman at the back made the point rightly, if you do not appoint a politician, they don't account to you. And right now, political parties appoint politicians, and they give you who it suits them to give you. And quite frankly, the bar is set quite low if you look at the recent past. But if you had a direct election system in this constituency, for example, which historically would have been voting for one particular political party, and the ANC puts forward a much stronger candidate, why not vote for the ANC candidate? And what does it do? It makes the party that normally wins find an even better candidate. And suddenly you've got South Africans getting better and better people being elected because, again, it's now real competition. And why that's important from a coalition standpoint is when individuals behave badly in councils, parliaments, and legislatures, voters need recourse directly to punish them. And they can't do so via a third party as the political party. We need to talk about the idea of motions of no confidence. The changing of governments, often for reasons that are less about the residents and more about power grabs, has become a major problem. If you look at examples where coalitions succeed around the world, motions of no confidence are either limited or they do not exist. And before you get nervous about the idea of being stuck with someone for 5 years, you can still have a process to remove someone through an impeachment if they have transgressed the laws and there's a certain level of transgression that's taken place. But to just say that we're going to allow politicians to chop and change the leadership of a municipality without the reason being citizen-centric is potentially a massive cause of instability, as is... Good gracious, okay. But then let me just quickly jump into the following. We need to open coalition negotiations so that they are more open. We need coalition management meetings to be open to civil society and the media, because if you want people to have true accountability, and if you want people to behave in coalitions in a successful manner, there needs to be the understanding that there are consequences. And importantly, when a government is set up, there has to be a program of action. That program of action must be translated into monitoring and evaluation. These are the things we're going to measure to determine that this government is succeeding. And then there need to be public briefings that welcome civil society and the media and the general public to determine whether or not that government is succeeding or failing. I could go on, but I gather I'm going to run out of time, so I'll park it there.
No problem at all. There's another hour of question and answers where you can ventilate a bit more as well. So, Dr. Kang, if I can welcome you to kind of give your views on this issue. You've heard the comments in the room. I would resist the temptation to respond to your colleagues just yet. There might be more time for that, but if you can go next.
No, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists. I think at the outset one must emphasize the importance of civil society in ensuring a functional and stable democracy as a means of checks and balance to the standard to which we hold the media as well. So any democracy to function needs a strong civil society. But the thresholds of duty, transparency, and oversight and public accountability, which are applicable to political parties and political players, equally need to be applicable to civil society. So there's a big question around political party funding. The same needs to apply to civil society. We need to be able to understand, and I think Wayne pointed to this earlier, speaking about political parties have an agenda, so does civil society. We need to unpack that agenda to understand it and understand the collective intent of the money behind it, as equally we do of political parties. But what we must never run away from is that we need each other as each other's voice of reason, and to draw on the experiences in our respective spaces to effect the meaningful change. So as we move on to coalitions, and the fundamental reality is that scientifically and otherwise, we're going to be saddled with coalitions for the longest of time into the foreseeable future. And the responsible action step is to scenario plan around it. Now, I've heard the concerns around stability. And the biggest problem we have, and I'm going to see me, I'm a rural boy from the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. So a lot of Joburgers here and Gautengers here. So I hear your problem. The challenge is that city of Johannesburg, Eguruleni, Tshwane, should not sneeze and the rest of coalitions catch the cold. There are 66 hung councils in this country. And the dysfunction that takes place in some of them should not be assumed to be taking place in all of them. There is functionality in coalition governments. Umhlatuze is one of them. Is it easy? Of course not. It's not easy. You're bringing together diverse political practices, thoughts, ideologies, and priorities. But the political discipline to be committed to the citizens is what drives functionality. And so I think the experiences which we see in these metros should be used as an enabler for us to assess how we can do things better and differently. They are a necessary, difficult experience, rightly or wrongly, because they are drawing our attention to where the problems and fault lines potentially lie and where they do lie. Now, the issue here is, and Michael points to this, amongst others, is the 14 days after an election. So we need to look at that and check now moving forward whether it's practical. Because you see, laws and the Constitution need to respond to the realities of the times as well. When they were drafted, there was an outlook that we would be in one-party state, them in perpetuity. It's not going to happen. Whether it's in the municipal councils or provincial governments, and in 2019 you saw this gravitation towards changes in power, and it continues into 2024. So a state of readiness is important. My mother, who was a nurse, used to say prevention is better than cure. Discussions and negotiations around the practicality and functionality of a government post an election is important. And I want to say, Doc, the ANC needs to come to the party. I think it is in the collective interests of post-election stability for the country to know where the ANC stands in the event that you lose power. We need a commitment as to whether there will be a smooth transfer of power in the event that such a reality arose. Let's not pretend as though an election is going to take place along the lines of 1994. There's new players, there's new political energy, activism, and a heightened sense of a call for change. Why do I raise this? The experience we have gone through with the change of power has told us that it is the most difficult period for any government, because there is a resistance to accept the outcome. And the question was raised earlier on about the potentials of violence. And we need commitments not about what we will do before the election with the IEC. We need the commitments of our own behavior post an election. We need to know that the IFP is prepared to sit in the opposition benches if there is no roadmap for a coalition for it to participate in, and will comply with it, right? As equally we do of the ANC, Action SA, DA, and Rise Mzansi. It's important. It is part of public electoral accountability because it gives the confidence to the electorate that the political players understand the nuances of democracy and its outcomes. The third and final point that I want to make is I think South Africans should not despair at the experience of what is happening in the metros. We need to be able to move into the spaces where coalitions are functioning and understand why, so that we can transplant those experiences into those governments. What we must condemn is politicking around coalitions for the purposes of positions, because it is the power grabs and the willy-nilly motions of no confidence, amongst others. It is the money involved in vote buying in council and the corruption involved, which is creating heightened levels of instability and these ongoing changes, which on the surface of it, as you go deeper, you begin to see that they've got less to do with the citizens and more to do with being in power. Now, are coalitions ideal? We are long past that now. They are reality we are settled with, because they've got their challenges, as is a 50+1 government. If a 50+1 government was the alpha and omega of development, then we shouldn't have the highest level of inequality in the world. Crime, poverty, and difficulty to access even the most basic of services. So quite frankly, the system in itself, in its current form, needs to change. And it brings me to my last point. The last point is this: electoral reforms are absolutely necessary and critical for the country. And they go to the heart of public accountability. Why we do not have directly elected MPs by constituencies as we do with ward councillors doesn't make sense. And there is now some sort of hybrid model that has been put in place, which actually, for all intents and purposes, does not solve the problem. Because you are still having a party political heavy system, which is not going to resolve the accountability challenges unless a political party in its own construct is committed to accountability and is able to hold accountable its own public representatives. I can sit here without any fear of contradiction that where we've received sufficient concern about mayors, we've recalled them. Councillors as well, even meaning us going to by-elections and posing the risk of losing that. But the IFP may not replicate itself in other parties, and so that experience will be limited. Citizens deserve the ability to hold directly, like we do in municipal councils. And the whole issue of the government of national unity I find is very interesting. because one of the reasons why Prince Buthelezi was chucked out of cabinet in 2004 was around immigration policy. Right, so we may say it happened, but did it work? We can look at that. Election reforms that were put forward, they never took place. And so we've gone down this road before, but we need to now look to the future. And the future is in the hands of heightened partnerships of communities, political parties, and I'm making a clarion call to civil society to actively participate as a means of necessary democratic checks and balances to take this country forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Brink to give your remarks from the Democratic Alliance.
Thanks very much, folks. Ooh, this is loud. I'm going to try not to repeat some of the points made by the colleagues. You can see the multi-party charter already has such a wide agreement about coalitions, but if I do, please forgive me for emphasis. The one important point I think needs to be made is we mustn't be too pessimistic and become cynical about politics and where our country is. If you look at the maturity of democracies, the rate of change, and compare us to other dominant party democracies, India, some of the countries in South America, we're actually changing pretty quickly. When I was at university, the ANC used to win every election outside of the Western Cape. So it's not a dig at the ANC. But our democracy wasn't designed as a dominant party system, and that's coming to an end now. And that brings with it certain opportunities. I think Michael made the point, you can have a stable supply of corruption, state capture, bad policy, things that take away energy independence. And then you've got to have a measure of instability. You've got to disrupt the stasis of decline, otherwise the system won't survive. And that's what coalitions are for. We won't have a dominant party again in South Africa. Well, I shouldn't say that, but it doesn't seem that way. And so coalitions are not an end in themselves. They are a way of giving effect to the will of the people, and hopefully they'll reach a level of stability. But we have to endure a bit of drama and chaos in the meantime, and that in and of itself unlocks opportunities for change. So to get to the questions, the DA's approach to coalitions, the number one principle is form a coalition that will enable us to deliver on our mandate from the voters. And in this election, the mandate we're seeking from voters is for change. And if your coalition doesn't enable you to fulfill that mandate, then there's no use in being in that coalition. Because you're going to have to take down networks of corruption, you're going to have to rebuild the prosecuting authority, you're going to have to make serious changes in energy policy, in labor relations, you've got to stand up to public sector unions. If you're not able to do that in a coalition, you might end up being worse than the dominant party you're seeking to replace. Second question that was put to us is, what do you look for in the manifestos, or at least the values and principles of other political parties? Obviously, in terms of issues, crime, energy, those things are important. Ending corruption, not allowing cadre deployment. But as basic principles, I think non-racialism, the rule of law, a social market economy, a free market economy with a social conscience, and a capable state. Now that sounds very abstract, but it's fairly clear to us which parties broadly subscribe to this, and I think that's why the multi-party charter to which colleagues have referred is an important initiative. And I'm not going to repeat what has been said about the multi-party charter, just to save us some time and allow for more discussion. On the important issues of how to ensure that coalitions are effective and stable, you have to have a coalition agreement. The government that I lead in the city of Tshwane, open to all manner of criticism, certainly not perfect, but we've got a coalition agreement that's open for perusal by the public. People know what is in that deal when it gets renegotiated. And what is important is that once the deal is signed, that the parties must be held to that deal. And this is where civil society, I think, can play an important role. What's in the coalition agreement of Joburg? What's in the coalition agreement of Ekurhuleni? What's in the coalition agreement of Tshwane? And are the parties in that coalition agreement sticking to it? Because that is the standard we need to hold coalition politicians to. And unfortunately, and I'm looking at Wayne, and it's not in an accusatory way, but because we do need civil society to understand those coalition agreements, because nobody's talking about what's written up in coalition agreements. There's a bit of complaint, no, we should have them. But in instances in this country, in the most coalitions, we do have them. They're written down. And we need to hold the parties to those agreements to them. Aside from that, for the stability and effectiveness of a coalition, parties must feel their best people. And this sounds like a motherhood and apple pie point, but it's not happening in many instances. The best people must be sent into coalitions. Folks who don't just will succeed in politics, but if they're kicked out of politics, might actually make a living doing something else. And then in approaching the coalitions, in my experience, you've got to build relationships and you've got to continue communicating to keep them up and going. I've made the point about civil society participation. I want to make the additional point that if there were to be a national or a provincial coalition government in this country or this province, we are going to have to draw from all of the talents beyond party politics to rebuild institutions. We have to follow a whole of society approach, and I have not yet imagined all of the ways that we can possibly do that. But in my city, we've tried to reach agreements with NGOs, for example, to help us with certain things, to say, we've got a shortage of skills here, we need some additional oversight. And maybe that is something we can discuss. Very important, the last question, what are the lessons we've learned from coalitions? For me, for us, two lessons in particular. Don't enter a coalition where you can't implement your mandate, and this includes a coalition that doesn't have a working majority. And I'll have something to say about our electoral system in a moment. But if you don't have a majority, if you can't win a vote, it's a hostage situation, it's not a coalition, and you end up governing worse than the party that you seek to replace. The second point is, don't form coalitions with parties that have a fundamentally different world view from yours. And pre-2021, my party was stuck in minority coalitions where we had to negotiate with parties in councils who had absolutely nothing in common with us just to get a budget passed or a senior official appointed. That's unworkable. And the final point is don't include people who don't have integrity in coalitions. Let me make this concrete. Joburg, it's never going to work with a patriotic alliance. I know I'm attacking someone who's not here, but I'm making a point. Never going to work with a party who tells you we're just in this for how much we can get for our pockets. That can never work. That can never work. And if we imagine it could, then we're just going to repeat the same mistakes that have been committed in many places. Perhaps just to make a bit of a controversial point, I do think with a system of proportional representation, we need a small threshold. We imported this wonderful system from other places, proportional representation, and we end up in places like Joburg with 19 political parties, which makes it very difficult to negotiate, very difficult to keep everybody happy. With a 1% threshold in Joburg, for example, you would have had 9 parties in council instead of 19, which would have made it workable. 1%. I would argue if the constitutionality of that is challenged, I would say that it would be reasonable and justifiable just to have a small 1% threshold. But that we won't have for 2024. But I'm going to stop it there, and I'm eager to engage with the audience. Thanks so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I've watched the last 4 speakers grow from like young leaders into like adult leaders. I've been following all of you in different ways. But we have someone who's probably the youngest person on the panel, and one of the young leaders in this country. So I'd like to welcome Efran Mangera from Rise Mzansi to give his comments.
Thanks, Doctor. I am the youngest here, I'm 27, but I'm also just 11 months and 3 weeks old as a politician. And so you can see the experience here, but I want to lead with that because the experience I do have is also in the building of complex relations. So I'm going to start with an anecdote that Obakeng spoke about on the Lehigh Library. The Lehigh Library was complex because we were a non-partisan youth group trying to get a government institution opened that was built over 4 years and never delivered by the NC government at the time and subsequent other governments led by the DAs Mashaba and so on. But we were contested by players in the field, players that were part of the ANC, part of other groups within the community, and it was very, very difficult. But the nature of building and coalescing is a difficult thing. Like my colleagues have spoken about here, you have to work through the difficulties. And the same people that attacked us, I see Mr. B there on top, almost somebody trying to beat us up the one day that we were there from the ANC, is today a very close friend. A person who wants to contest ideas with me. Because the nature of this thing is tough. And if you're contesting for power, it will increasingly become that. For Rise Mzansi, we from the onset have said we commit to constitutional democracy and multi-party democracy. We have outlined this on numerous occasions, and part of why we have made that commitment is because many of us in the leadership come from the other side of the room, perhaps, like myself, who have been involved in these discussions and debates on how do we get a reset of this democracy so that the system's changed. Now, for us is outlined in our documents that it's not just the changes that are being assumed here. It's a leadership change also and fundamentally. Because the maturity of the leaders we have in those coalitions, like you rightfully saying, MP, was how we were able to coalesce at many points. The NC coming into democracy with partners that they didn't believe in wholeheartedly, but they were willing to work for the common good. And for us, that is the principle that allows us to say whether we will or won't work with somebody. So the current system's rules is clear, and that is it's not designed to prevent catastrophe. We're seeing it in Johannesburg where Al Jamaa as a small party is leading the mayorship and isn't actually delivering because of the complexities of the many other parties that are part of it. I can name how proportional systems and all of that is a problem, but some of my colleagues have already spoken about that. What we worried about really as Rise Mzansi is the narrative that stability is a given only when there's a one-party state. And we're seeing it now in this current conversation where it's an assumed position that because we aren't willing to engage as the electorate, as the public, on the complexities of coalitions, we're willing to just resort to just saying the ANC is the only better the devil we know. And we want to guard against that because we think it's healthy for there to be competition and for there to be a space in which you can contest the ideas. Now, all of the previous speakers in the MPC rightfully speak about principles and values. These are important for us. But somebody earlier said, we have different views of accountability. And I tested this thing before, where in a room, many people had different views on what accountability is. The same year as a commitment to non-racialism, for example. Different parties believe in different views on how we must tackle redress, for example. And these are things that are fundamentally challenging the MPC as it stands. So as a principle, yes, there's a need for conversations and a mature politics, but we cannot have the situation where what's on paper is different from what exists in reality. And we're seeing it now where there's a party X who wants to coalesce with ABC, and that's how the principle was built, is not working any longer. Because if you're only building a coalition on the mere fact that you want to get someone out, it removes the fact that there is a set of principles that you have to commit to. And that's something we're seeing play out since the MPC has been there. So for us, what are those principles? Ethical behavior, a commitment to non-racialism, a commitment to equality, and a common vision. So yes, that common vision may be a safe, equal, just, and prosperous country, but there are different versions of that in each of these parties. And so we cannot join an MPC, for example, when we ourselves as a party have not contested an election and have not received a mandate from the electorate itself. What we can agree to is that coalitions are here to stay for many more electoral cycles. We have to grapple with what does that look like for us as a party, internally, but also from the public who wants to know who will we coalesce with. And we've been out clearly indicating that that coalition will be on the basis of values and a shared view on the 5 key priorities that we can align with any of the parties who potentially could coalesce with, whether it is at a provincial level or at a national level. I want to add onto this because we've been forced to say, what is your position on the EFF or the ANC or the MPC or specific parties within the MPC? And each time we say, it has to be on a set of values and whether or not we agree to a program. What we won't tolerate is also what we've indicated. We won't tolerate the corrupt. So if we were to go into an agreement with a party, knowingly that there are corrupt officials leading within it, that is something we will vehemently reject. We'll equally reject the type of racist tropes we've seen and the type of leadership figures who force this unity, who are not working towards a common vision for this country. And you rightfully spoke about some of those parties. But I'd equally challenge the same DA who's saying to Rise Mzansi, you can't contest in the Western Cape. Because what is that commitment to multi-party democracy if we're saying it's only my battleground here? It's not for you. There's a reason that we are growing there is because we're receiving the mandate from those communities who are saying that your message and what you're providing is an offer that we want to get behind as representatives who can go and fight for you at the various levels of government. And so I want to end with this because I think largely have been covered, is that on a podcast last week, a young activist was asking me, so you have potentially KZN, Western Cape, and Gauteng going into coalition governments. What is your view? And I said clearly, the view is, if we also find ourselves in a position where those values are not there, those common views are not there, as Rise Mzansi, we are also happy to occupy the seats within parliament and within legislatures where we can hold accountable those in the executive. Because those seats are important. Those seats give you the power to contest and to get the information you need to hold any official, any government accountable. Unfortunately, we've seen a regression in our democratic space where parliament and legislatures have become the yes bosses of their parties who are in charge. And this doesn't help our democracy because it enforces a culture that is anti-democratic, if I might argue for, where you don't even contest the very same parties who are deploying you, the officials who are there to hold you accountable. And so this is what we're saying as Rise Mzansi. We know that we're not going to win an outright majority. We are only 11 months old. But regardless of the outcome, each opportunity opens it up across the provinces and across the national ballot as well.
No, thank you for that. So if we can give them all kind of a round of applause here. So I want us to go into this kind of question and answer. As I said, we've got them for a while. Right? And you don't often get these types of opportunities, so I would want us all to kind of take advantage of it. So as you're thinking about your questions and you're responding, we'll take kind of three questions in a round. I'm not seeing any hands come up with any. I was wondering, like, trying to got Wayne here. I just want to get a few more diverse voices that haven't spoken yet. So we've got Wayne, the lady at the back, the gentleman in the front here, and let's take that first three for now. Yes. So if you can also, so I've noted your hand. So if you also just note who you are and where you're from, and then in the meantime, you can feel free to answer these questions as the day goes on. But just, three things from my side. It is, one, everyone has mentioned kind of electoral reform in one way or another. And we know over the next 5 years, electoral reform will become a hot topic as it goes through Parliament. And the question is, do you think that Parliament has a conflict of interest when it comes to electoral reform? Or should it be put to a referendum? Only because Parliament has consistently voted not to change the electoral system. So what makes us believe it now? And within the context of elections, and this is important for how we hold people accountable, I don't mind a constituency system, I don't mind the PR system. It's this matter of a closed list PR system, and whether political parties would be open to opening up their list for public contestation, for public input. And the last one is there was a few bits of like kind of vilifying civil society and NGOs, and not vilifying, but asking tough questions around accountability. And this question, and like our funding and who's operating us, I guess. But there was a question from YouTube that was asked about what is the role of civil society within governance structures formally, right? What is their role? How do they function there? And then I would add on to that YouTube question and say, what is the role of civil society in coalition discussions and negotiations, if anything? So you don't have to answer those now. I just wanted to get those ones out of the way. Cool. So let's take the lady at the back first, and then we'll go to Wayne, and then the gentleman in the front. So your name and your organization.
Is the mic on? Is the mic on? Okay,
Yes.
Cool. Ngutando Mwagatstole, I am from Rivonia Circle, right? So I've got a comment and then a question, right, about youth participation in elections was representation. So my comment is about the composition of the current panel. As a woman and as a black woman, I don't feel represented. So I think as a note for future purposes, can they please be diversity in the panel? So my question comes around from a coalition perspective, right? As you guys were describing coalition, it sounds like a complex situation or topic. So my question comes in is, do we have the current politicians lack the technical competency to be able to execute coalition governments? Or are we trying to avoid the upskilling by legislating around it, by putting a threshold which acts as a gatekeeping situation? Thank you.
Yeah, I think you covered it there. Khotsofet said, really would like this panel, especially you, Celia, one gets the impression that the political parties in power are struggling to accept the need for electoral reform and to drive it very, very hard, so that in this new administration we would want to see, we don't want to see this can kick down the road for the next 5 years. We need to be in a very different place for representation at constituency level, please.
Thank you for that. We've got the question in the front here. No, the gentleman there.
Thank you. My name is Daniel. I come from the In Transformation Initiative. And this question, excuse me, Celia Brink, I'm not picking on you. I'm just directing the question to you because you are my mayor. What do you guys think is the role of voter education? I think a lot of the time the focus is on the politicians and the hope that thieving and corrupt and inept and incompetent politicians will somehow reform themselves and start to concentrate on the communities. I would like to hear what you think the role of civil society, of communities really, because a lot of the times we treat communities like they are retards. Everybody's speaking for them. But they have a responsibility. The ANC, for all I care, has never stolen elections, or at least they haven't stolen elections in a way that has gotten our blood pressure up. So we deserve the government that we have, because we vote for them. And I just want to hear whether you as politicians think there is a role to encourage civic responsibility, citizen activism, and voter education. Thank you.
So I think let's take that first round. And I know I want to give everyone one by one, but that might also take a lot of time. So if I do cut you for time, it's because I want to get as many questions as possible. So let's go opposite, and we'll keep going back and forth that way. So Ifran, if you go.
Thank you so much. So I'll cover both, these questions as one. From the outset, RISE has committed to a new form of the electoral process, where we are mimicking a constituency model within our own system within RISE, meaning those candidates who are coming from our communities, who are being nominated openly by communities, had to go through an independent panel to be reviewed, to be tested on whether or not they should actually even feature. Many were even cut from the list because of the background checks that those independent panelists and the independent organization had to go through. And what we're doing now with that model is saying, these are your constituency areas. This is your commitment to these communities, and not just geographical, but also sectoral. Because, for example, I have a civil society network of people. How do I commit to them and them hold me accountable for the stuff I've been speaking to? From the onset, in the 11.5 months, and even prior to that, RISE emerged from a movement of civic groups, social movements, and so on, who said we need to invest heavily in community work. And so the model we've adopted is not just having a branch, but to say, for you to be part of RISE, you need to be a volunteer, actively engaging in some form of community service. And that has been clear from the outset, whether it's CPFs, community kitchens, schools, SGBs, etc., because we want to reshape how and reset democratic participation. And so we fully agree that part of our own engagement in these last few months has been to teach voters, to teach communities about the need for their participation in this democracy. And there are times when, even in meetings we sit, where some people said, look, I'm glad you've been here and taught us this. I may or may not vote for you yet, but this is an important thing. And we value that because we think the more you invest in that, the better outcome we can achieve, where people are, when we speak for the people, by the people, this is that view on how we shift it. Civil society's role in governance is already part and parcel of our leadership team. I sit on the national leadership of RISE, and I have an office called Civic Alliances, which is dedicated to the relationship with civic groups. Throughout these 11 months, we've hosted engagement, sectoral views. Part of our manifesto building was with civil society groups as well. And this is not just formal, massive groups like yourselves. Also, it's at a soccer team level. It's at an NGO that runs a soup kitchen, because they are also part of the civil society we speak of. And it's rightfully saying it's not a homogenous grouping. There are those also we've met who have had the views that are counter to what we believe in, and we are happy to say we draw the line in that, but we're willing to work towards an outcome that benefits the community, should that be the case. I want to just end up on this point of representation, and I agree with you, which is why RISE has also adopted in our own candidates a zebra model, which has our representation as male, female, so that we can get the most out of this, we can get the biggest representation out of this, including getting deliberate candidates also from other sectors who are minority groups, and so on. Yeah.
Cool. So, thanks so much. Mr. Brink, would you like to go next?
Rekotso Fetse, I want to start with your question about electoral reform. It's important that if people feel strongly about electoral reform, they must vote for parties that are pleading for electoral reform. You mentioned the possibility of a referendum. A referendum is announced by the president. He's got the prerogative to do that. The president is elected by the National Assembly. So if the National Assembly elects a party that doesn't want electoral reform, the chances of the president calling a referendum are small. I think as we are now changing from a dominant party democracy to one where coalitions will hold, or with a balance of power, lobby and put pressure on political parties to advocate for reform. When we come and knock on doors for donations, ask, do you support electoral reform and to what extent? I think my colleague from the IFP referred to attempts back in 2004 with the Van Zyl-Slabbert Commission, which put an excellent proposal on the table for a combined system of direct and proportional representation. And that wasn't even looked at in the redesign of the Electoral Act that did take place in the past year. So that's an important point where I think civil society can also hold the parties and politicians to account. Lutando, the issue of competence of politicians, I think politicians have to be competent people. What is even more important is a capable state, so competent civil servants. It's very difficult to appoint competent civil servants if your politicians don't know what they're doing. But that's quite separate from the issue of fragmentation, because people go to the ballot box, they vote for parties, and then they get an outcome which they didn't foresee because you've got so many political parties that it's almost unmanageable to get to a deal. And that's part of the instability. So the suggestion of an electoral threshold is just to reduce the number of decision makers at the table very slightly in order to get a measure of stability. Example of Joburg, reduce 19 political parties to 9, you'll probably have a more manageable system. Most systems of proportional representation the world over have an electoral threshold. Just to emphasize that point. Wayne, I think I've answered you also in the first question. Then my resident, Daniel. If I can make it very specific, I have seen some research being done, and I'm not sure if it's public or whether it's just my party that has that research, so I will be careful. But the research points to a belief among a significant portion of voters that their vote is not secret. Now that is a major problem. As a political party, we can turn out our voters, we can assure people and say, no, your vote is secret, you can vote for change. But I do think an issue like that, assuring people that the system does have basic integrity, a credible voice from civil society will have a powerful effect. And I'm taking one example because I think if people don't think that their vote is secret, and there are other threats. So this will be the most hotly contested election. I don't think the threat in the election is that somehow people will find out who you're voting for. I think the risk is more in far off rural areas that certain votes won't be counted, and that's where election observers are needed. But fully endorse your point. People must believe that the system is sound if they are going to participate. They must believe that it will make a difference. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you. I just wanted to start off with probably where you started off before we even came up front on the issue of the e-tolls. And this is probably the most important case study of civil society activism alongside the push for the rolling out of Neveropian in the 2000s, because that was of crucial importance as well in that difficult time of HIV and AIDS denialism. And to say that the scrapping of e-tolls is not an act of charity. And what we've seen in the past few days has been stealing the limelight out of a very complex journey that has been traveled for the economy, for society, and for development, in that accountability has been absent in all of this. And I raise this from the context to write off the debt. Who's going to pay for it? So it again becomes a taxpayer, civic society responsibility to take this issue to its next step, that there has to be consequence management for policy decisions which have had adverse effects. So the pomp and ceremony that we have seen is politicking, and what my political science lecturer referred to as politricks. So the challenge I'm putting out is that the scrapping of e-tolls, quote unquote, is not the end, but it begins another journey of public accountability and public finance management. And that is something that requires, again, the role of civil society. Are we committed to electoral reforms as the IFP? Yes, we are. We believe that it is important for the purposes of representation and strengthening our democracy. I'll have to disagree with you, Silas, on the issue of the threshold, because the question becomes, what is a desirable threshold? When does it start and when does it end? And when does it become gatekeeping and when does it not? How do we measure what works and what doesn't work? So we need to have a far more robust discussion around it. But what we need to call for is not seeing participation in government, in the political space, as a career move. To say that I must contest so that I can be within the means and reach of the resources and so on. So it's a call to duty, it's a call to service. And if you zoom in close enough, you begin to see we're all saying the same thing in different ways, which means there could be far broader societal consensus for all of us around streamlining political parties. And I think the IEC in itself, in its tick box exercise of checking signatures and all those other things, needs to look at closer tightening what it means to be a political party. That we need to define anew, because it goes to the question of independent candidates. Independent from what? Independent to who? So you're independent of a political party, but you're not independent of the politics that plays out in the space in which you go into. You will still have to take decisions around when the budget comes in. You need to take a political decision. Do you vote for that or don't? Housing issue, social grants issue, and all those other things. How will that independent candidate vote on e-tolls? So we can be independent of the political party, but there's still the need to have a discussion around accountability of your platform and on the issues on which you are going on. I want to really stress the issue around voter education that has been raised. I think it is at the center of raising the consciousness of all South Africans about what elections mean. But it's to also say that participation is not confined to election day only. There is an important role to be played in the parliamentary process, the legislature process, petitions, public hearings. We need to strengthen that so that it becomes meaningful and not a tick box exercise per se. So there is a need for us to join hands. And I think an issue has been raised around election day counting. I want to say that observer missions are of critical importance in this election. Just on Monday, in our NEC, we were discussing very strongly the issue of a final audit of party agent presence in all voting stations. But the inverse of that is, are we going to be effective and efficient when you've got some 50-odd political parties? Let's assume now in a room this big, how many party agents are you going to have? So we must also not have a system where the oversight mechanisms that we are building in, like party agents, become obstructionist to the process. And so if we come together, there must be a pooling and sharing of resources, if to say, do we agree that civil society can participate in the counting process to eliminate the many warm bodies that would be there. Those are the kind of discussions we need to have about creating partnerships and checks and balances so that the system in itself is not congested. And I think the party agents thing that you raise is something that I believe civil society has got a role to play, not just as observers, but about ensuring the collective integrity of the outcome where there's an absence of party agents and so on. Because the election day infrastructure for any political party or independent candidate is probably the most important as part of ensuring that the IEC in itself is held to the standard of elections that are free and fair and free from fear. And this is not to cast out on the IEC, but it's to say that they are an institution themselves that whose independence needs to be checked by active participation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to deal with everything because I think there's a lot of repetition, but on Tando's point, I want to pick up on the idea of lacking technical competence. It's a huge challenge. And it's not a correct assumption to believe that political parties that would pass the threshold have people who are technically competent either. The reality is most of the people who are being elected to serve in councils, legislatures, and parliaments can't read financial documents. They don't read documents ahead of meetings. And really, they vote the way they're told to vote by their party whips. And I think in real terms, the only way we're going to solve that is by having a situation where we elect people directly. And I want to dive into the electoral reform question that was put to us here. It is a conflict of interest. If you ask the existing parliamentarians to vote for a system of direct elections, you're effectively asking the turkey to set the dinner table. Because in real terms, a lot of those people would not actually get elected if there was a competitive system that made the best candidate win. They are being elected because they are balancing forces of factions in a political party. And you can be here because I need to keep this guy on my side, and you can be there because I need this person to get re-elected at my next internal conference. And that's the kind of thinking, if you're going to be generous, that is producing the people we have. And that's why we need a direct electoral system. We believe in a mixed system, half PR, half constituency-based. The current changes actually took us part of the way there with the introduction of a regional ballot, but it failed to not produce a constituency, to say that there are X number of constituencies in the country and people can be elected directly to lead those constituencies. And then the point about the role of civil society, I really want to just say that I think this is something that is being missed out on massively, and the whole point about having 27.7 million people expressing their views or not in an election, and then having a small team of people in coalition determining how these things are done, it really is a challenge. I can't emphasize that enough. We regularly find ourselves in a space where we're negotiating complex coalition challenges, and you're thinking, my goodness, this is 5 or 6 unelected people having this discussion, and it has vast implications for society. And I think we need to make sure the negotiations process is made more open. True, I don't think we can have it entirely open because it would be quite difficult for the negotiations to succeed. But there needs to be regular briefings, clear and transparent briefings. I think the management meetings of a coalition are vital. So these coalitions involve a group of people sitting down weekly or fortnightly or whatever. In the multi-party charter, we meet fortnightly. And actually having it open to the media, open to civil society. Because if you are managing the complex affairs of state, why is it not open? There's no reason to keep people out. And in fact, you'll get better behavior from politicians if it is. And then in terms of government processes can readily be opened to civil society if there's a political appetite. So when council initiates a process to recruit a senior manager, it can say that we're going to appoint someone from civil society to observe the process. When we do performance management of senior managers and determine what bonuses they get, the same thing could be taking place. And particularly when it comes to things like the IDP. We mentioned it earlier. I mean, the IDP processes really are a tick box exercise. They're a joke. But actually, that is because government is not geared towards public engagement in the way that civil society organizations are. Government tends to be a very one-directional form of communication. You know, we receive, we don't send kind of thing. And from that point of view, it needs to be a partnership, and civil society can be brought in to partner with government to take public engagement processes to the next level. If you look at how government currently consults the public in the year 2024, it lacks imagination. I'm going to call a meeting and you're invited. 0.0001% of the population arrives, we consulted, tick box. We could do better, and I think with civil society partnerships, we can make it far more real.
Thank you, and I will definitely be very short because some of the things are things that are general issues that we agree on. I think the conversation about election reform is there, you know, and I think we should just strengthen our participation as civil society and as public citizens, as active citizens, because, you know, Bob Hlengwa has been in Parliament for long. I think he will bear testimony that from the time he started as a young MP up to now, there's a lot of changes that have happened. And those changes have happened in an interest of increasing transparency and accountability. Of course, we need to accept as politicians that maybe our public participation in Parliament, you know, or in legislatures is not that strong. But we need to make it more stronger and open so that civil society can play a role, you know, in determining some and even proposing changes in laws, because the civil society does and citizens do have the right to actually to play a role in that space. I think the issue of the lists being open, they are open. You know, I think it just depends on how, you know, the civil society participate in the process, because there was a period of time that is given after they are published that people can object on people who are on the list if they are rightful candidates or not. You know, whether that system is effective or not, or people utilize that space or that avenue to even oppose candidates, you know, it's something else, but it is open, and maybe it's a discussion that needs to continue. I think the issue of gender representation, point taken, I think we are all embarrassed. I think we should accept from the side of the summit organizers and including the politicians who are sitting here, that we didn't really make sure that there is gender representation in this space. And maybe lastly, you know, there's an insinuation, you know, and it's very subtle. There's an insinuation that elections has been stolen before. And I think it's unfair to our democracy to actually make such subtle insinuations, you know, because I know for a fact, I've been a party agent, that votes are counted in front of everyone. You know, there's no way that votes can be thrown away. And for me, it's really a risk and a security point that we need to be clear on. That let's not create a situation where we don't trust, we create mistrust on the outcomes of the elections, you know. And let's just make sure, I think all observers, the civil society movement now is going to be part of observing elections and even the practice and everything. So we need to make sure that that transparency and accountability is there. But the subtleness, you know, it comes in different forms, you know. Other people in a form that they are maybe not ready to accept the outcomes, or they think that the outcomes won't be favorable, and that's why they have to just slightly introduce some subtleness in terms of creating this particular suspicion in terms of the outcomes. I think, yes, our democracy is very new, and it's 30 years, but it has been very much evolving and progressing in a way, you know. To make a situation where that nothing is evolved and done, it's a big problem. I know the issue of the e-toll we'll debate it forever, but the fact of the matter is that the ANC also took a decision in the provincial conference to take away and stop the e-tolls. And I think that is a very firm thing that is there, and that is factual. And that's where we also create the separation of the state and the party, where as the ANC being also in our form, being part of civil society, that we form part of people who raise this thing. And there have been painstakingly discussions that were taking place in cabinet and everywhere else in making sure that the e-tolls are taken away. So the issue that everybody wants to, outer everybody, they're just concerned about the hype. It's okay. I think it's part of everybody getting worried that they are not getting the credit that they deserve. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for that. So we're going to change it up a bit. So I want to take another round because I want to squeeze in like 2 rounds. If you can direct your question to a political party as well, and 1 question, no question and comment as much as possible. I'm going to take Trevor. We'll take the lady at the back. I'm trying to get new voices. I know, because we've heard certain voices. So we'll take Trevor, the lady at the back, the gentleman in the front, and my friend over here. And I think we'll take 2 rounds of 3 real quick as well. So we'll get 6 questions essentially.
Thank you, Chair. I want to just frame my question with stating the context. The context of our society is that we are very, very diverse. And 53% of the population are poor, largely black and women. And the rest of society mimics what was historically an apartheid heritage, which is hard to change. So the question then is, how do you achieve your electoral mandate, get re-elected, and have a stable government, sorry, not a stable government, a coherent government, in a coalition for each of the parties? How do they achieve that? Because it seems to me there's a contradiction in achieving that. And I'm going to go against the chair in the sense that I can't direct it to one party. Perhaps people can decide whether they want to answer it or not. That's
Perfect. No, thank you so much. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Naledi from Rivonia Circle. My question is to Michael on the issue of the 14 days. As part of policy and constitutional reform, and absolutely I agree with you that the 14 days is not enough to form a coalition coalition government. I'm particularly interested in, is there anything that Action SA is doing to challenge sections 51 of the Constitution and 110 that stipulates that the 14 days issue? And second question is, what do you think is a reasonable time to form a coalition government? I'm particularly asking these questions because I'm doing some work around this. So your insights on that would be appreciated.
No, thank you for that. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Rufus, and I'm coming from QED. And my question is not necessarily directed to any particular party, but I think the gentleman before us can perhaps be able to interact with it. And for me, I think at the core of where we find ourselves, isn't it because we have moved from the primary object of what a political party is? Because my understanding of a political party is that a political party or politics in general is supposed to serve the people and not the other way around. But my interpretation today, and most probably yourselves sitting here before us, is that your personal object
in this process is not serving the people, but at the center is serving yourselves. And we are in this mess that we find ourselves in purely because political parties are in this thing for themselves. For 30 years, that we find South Africa still has to deal with the level of poverty, unemployment, inequality that we find ourselves in. It is because we are self-serving. When we legislate, when we create structures and systems, we create them so that they can be able to protect and keep us in power. And purely keep us in power. I don't think there is anything that we are doing to try and take us out of the mess that we find ourselves, because if we do, there's a possibility that yourselves may be displaced in these cushy positions that you find yourselves in. You are certainly not serving society, but society is serving you. And I think that's the problem. That's the fundamental problem for me, because we find ourselves in this mess structurally, systematically, because all the systems that you are putting in place, you're putting them in place so that they can keep you in power as much as you can be. And if they keep you in power, they keep you in power so that you must eat as much as you can eat. So politics has become commerce. It has become commerce. It's a commercial purpose. It's a commercial vehicle. It's nothing else. The issue of Batupili is simply a principle that you have nothing to do with it, basically. So I think we need to change that. And that's the reason why you have multiplicity of parties. Let me conclude. That's the reason
I want to push you for a question in particular. I know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I mean, that's the reason why you have multiplicity of parties. You have that because people have seen a commercial opportunity. How can we change this around? So that you become civil servants and not the other way around. Thank you.
And if you don't run away from the question by saying professionalization of the civil service, it's more the professionalization of political parties themselves, I think is also important. So you've got a round, oh yeah, it's the last question, yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. At the risk of disrespecting you, I'm going to have 2 points.
Make it quick, so I do want to have a second round to get more voices in.
Reform, electoral reform. Right.
Microphone.
Right. Electoral reform. The problem with the split system, is it Michael? Yes. It didn't work in Klokwe, right? 6 councillors wanted to hold a mayor to account and they were thrown out. So, but you're on the right track. We need to introduce something called localized lists. It allows us to have everybody as a constituency representative and proportionality at the same time. If you want details, I'm happy to share that with you. But we need to look beyond PR lists. PR lists are the problem, whatever form you have. Right. Now, I want to speak, Mayor, if I may, about this 1% threshold. Much pushback against that. Okay, it's not going to solve the problem. Okay, let me create a hypothetical situation. You have 7 political parties make it over the threshold, regardless whether the threshold is 1%, 2%, whatever it is. Let's call the parties A, B, and C, X, Y, and Z, and M. A, B, and C are against X, Y, and Z, and they've mouthed each other off during the election, and they won't work together. That puts M in the middle, and M can drive a deal, any deal they want. Whether they've got 5% or 3% or 2%, you haven't solved the problem. We really need to talk about amending our constitution to deal with whether we are parliamentary democracy, presidential democracy, or a hybrid. I'm for hybrid, by the way. Just I don't want to live in an imperialist presidency, and parliamentary democracy doesn't work. It's not stable. Okay.
Thank you. So let's get these responses. If we can make them tight, because I want to do another round and include your responses with your closing comments as well, if that makes sense. So let's start from this side and go to the right.
Yeah, I won't answer all of the questions, but I think one of the conversation is already there, you know, on how we have to constitute the so-called coalitions. you know, and there are examples that have been seen, I think, in across the globe where coalition governments have been very much successful. But they've been successful in a framework that almost affirms minority governments, which in a state that minority government is when a party wins, but it doesn't win with a 50+ majority. And those minority governments have been existing in many parts of the world, and they've been successful, and they've been actually pretty much stable. So I don't want us to go out of here with the impression that the conversation about electoral reform is not there. It's there. It just depends on how we are able to engage on it and angle on it, you know, pretty much. I didn't hear your name say, but you know, one of my problems with one of the things I've started with is the generalization that people make out of their own opinions. Because most of us, okay, let me speak for myself. I'm a politician because I started off as a student activist. And of course, Mr. Chikane here didn't really mention other things. That's why you also assume that we're in politics because we're here to chow. I'll make an example that I'm 15 years into private practice as an obstetrician and gynecologist. And I dropped my salary with a 2/3 to serve the organization in the legislature. So I'm not here because I didn't have employment. You know, I was employed and I was running a very successful multiple pregnancy antenatal clinic at Bara. So I'm not, you know, the problem of generalization, you even speak bad about other people who are actually committed into the system, even the public servants that are actually every day adhere to the principle of Batubile under difficult conditions. So let's be cautious. Of course, it's how passionate we are, but let's not paint everybody with one paint. And maybe the last comment, so that I don't take long. We are all here to serve the people, I think. I assume. I'm not sure if you are not here to serve the people. You see, I hope you will see that.
So if we just
type
allow the speakers to finish their points, and we will have this one last round for questions or comments.
No, let me pass on, because maybe it's said by me.
No,
if it's said by somebody else, you would believe it.
I would want you
maybe
to
Mike
feel...
can say it, then she believes it. You know, there are people who are more qualified to say things and are more believable because of who they are.
So if I jump in real quick before you take the mic, Michael. So I do want to emphasize, so my professional life is a lecturer at the Wits School of Governance, and I hear the point where I do teach public servants in the main. The vast majority of people who are serving this country have their heart in the right place. And I do hear the point around the generalization around all politicians and public servants. I think the conversation should be geared towards, if you know there is someone in your organization, how do you then make sure that the bad apples are out of the organization? And whether those processes are there, because if those processes aren't there, then the generalizations can be valid in people's eyes. And I think that's really the context, but I want to keep the spirit of the room good. It has been good so far. If we can let the speakers kind of give their points of views without being interrupted, and if you want your comment, if we can put it during the question and answer. Thank you. Would you like to complete? Are you sure? Michael?
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'm going to respond to two of the points. The one from Naledi, which was directed towards me. 14 days, I think we both agree, is definitely not enough. I think from our point of view, when we enter Parliament, you must remember Action SA will enter Parliament for the first time in these elections. We have a legislative agenda which covers a wide variety of issues, one of which will be these kind of changes, as well as the other changes that are required to facilitate a better and more stable form of coalition. Part of which, by the way, is to insulate the civil service from political interference. Because one of the biggest problems we have is that when this coalition government falls and this one comes in, there should still be a competent civil service keeping everything running. And the fact that we've had the erosion of the line between party and state for so long has made that a fundamental risk from political instability. We believe a minimum of 2 months would be required, but 3 would probably be optimal. And I want to tell you why. Because political parties need to go through a process to determine who should be the person and the minister and et cetera. Now, before anyone rolls their eyes and say, here we go again, let me explain something that I think is a fundamental departure. So, for example, as a group of parties working together, we have agreed that it's not going to be the case that you get this and I get that. It's going to be a meritorious consideration. When we get to the point of discussing which political party should have the Minister of Justice role, the discussion is going to be sharp. Glynis Breitenbach is a very strong candidate. That's something we should seriously consider, rather than this is yours and this is mine. But that requires time. So too does lifestyle audits. We've committed that every person we put forward has to undergo a lifestyle audit, and they must be publicized. And these are big changes in how leaders are put forward into these roles, but it's going to take time. The most time-consuming part of which is there needs to be individual commissions set up within the group of parties negotiating that are determining the program of government. I said earlier we don't do enough to produce coalition agreements that are based on a program of government. We have been campaigning for months. We have made commitments to the people in communities where we've been campaigning. We need to take those commitments to those commissions so that the hospital is built where we said it was going to be built. The bridge is built over there, over that river where you see people crossing, kids crossing, flowing rivers, etc. And that becomes the focus of a coalition agreement going forward. And to Rufus's last point, I know generalizations is a topic, and please, we can't take it personally. We must have thick skins in our line of work, and it's okay. But I do want to tell you, there is probably no task as difficult that I can possibly consider than starting a new political party. It is probably the most trying thing I've ever done. And without any question, the system is set up at every point for you to fail, because incumbents put in place a system to ensure that you don't succeed. And I think one of the differences we must make is we must stop talking generically about people serving themselves, etc., because there are over 600 political parties in South Africa, but only a handful who've been in government long enough to be held accountable for the last 30 years. And I think the problem is we keep returning politicians and political parties who have a track record of only serving themselves.
I just wanted to go to the issue of the general statements that we are in it for ourselves to keep us in power. I think we need to be fair to parties and individuals and take consequence management to an individual. And I think this is across the party spectrum. And I said earlier on, we in the IFP have not shied away from firing people, including but not limited to having to contest by-elections. And we've lost some of those by-elections as a consequence of the decision we've taken. But rather that than keep individuals in power, we've removed mayors, speakers, where relationships, even at times, not even a governance matter, but where we have felt that the relationship in the Troika is not to the interest of functionality, not because anybody had stolen anything, but because as a team, we felt that they were not working. I think the assessment we need to do is whether political parties actually discipline members. And if they don't, that should then tell us where those who want to stay in power and those who want to stay in power are. I say this in the context which I raised earlier on as well, that what constitutes a political party? Because it is easy, and that is why I was saying the IEC in itself needs to review, amongst others, I suppose civil society and so on all these issues, because it has become a gateway to all sorts of things. So I believe that the public sentiment is justified. Everybody is justified to be angry, to be annoyed, to be concerned, because the more things change, the more they stay the same. And that is something we need to respond to, but I would say let's respond with specificity. And if us in the IFP, political parties are a public good, you know, and I think that has become lost. We have to go submit all sorts of things to IEC on a yearly basis. Where's the public comments about those things? In fact, the one thing I wanted to do is a private member's bill along the lines. You know the list you spoke about, talk about people having comments. The loophole is this. After an election, a political party can change all those MPs that have gone through that public scrutiny process. And that, for me, is a shortcoming. Why do we have that process? So the IFP could come tomorrow and say, Mkhuleko, thanks very much. Please resign, and they amend the list and put in somebody who has not gone through that process. So I think the court action that is currently taking place, for all its reasons, may be worthwhile in testing as to the whole regime of candidate scrutiny. Because if I go through a process now and after election I'm not subject to it, that is a problem. My final point is this, it's on transparency. And it goes to the issue of competence. You know that Parliament is the only arm of the state where its meetings are open to the public. You can come and observe and so on and so forth. I've never seen a cabinet meeting open to the public where I can come and observe. The judges come and hand down judgments. I've never seen their deliberations. So we need to take these things to a higher level of test in terms of what does it mean? What are the consequences of it? Because we speak about openness, but the public still says in your openness you are not effective. So is it a nice to have these meetings open to the public? So I believe the next step is to scrutinize the functionality of each of the arms of the state. And I can tell you here now that Parliament's major failing is that it is an extension of the executive which does its business behind closed doors. And that is largely driven by the fact that there isn't a separation of party and state. It's party line ahead of your oath of office and commitment across the political parties. And that is something that has got to change, and the root cause of that change has to be anchored in electoral reforms which enable public accountability as opposed to party political accountability. So the 7th Parliament, as far as I see it, needs to re-engineer the entire operational framework of Parliament in order for it to be to actually respond to its constitutional mandate, which we have. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Brink?
Trevor, I'm going to be the one answering your question. So we have a number of coalitions in this country. The majority of them actually work. They might be in smaller places, but the majority are stable. And if you look at governance performance, many of them actually do quite well. So there is an example to follow in terms of coalitions. There is a recipe. The city of Cape Town in 2006, for example, was probably the first major coalition after the government of national unity, and I suppose there was a Western Cape Provincial coalition between the ANC and the National Party. But 2006 in Cape Town was an excellent example of how to make a coalition work, incredibly complex institution, and it did work. It's no longer a coalition, but there are models that can be followed. And I would say, one, the parties there must have broadly reconcilable principles and values. We've stated this already. Number two, the deals that form the basis of the coalition must be open to the public. Now, a party who makes deals, or parties that make deals about tenders or appointments in the civil service, won't be tempted to publish their coalition agreements. And so that should be a red flag already. And thirdly, there are coalitions that work the world over. We South Africans think we're unique, and in many instances we are unique. But we're not absolutely unique. Coalitions have worked, not just in Europe and the United States, they've worked in places in Africa. And if there's one place in Africa that we can make them work, that has got a richness of a democratic tradition, that's got the intellectual depth, that's got a strong civil society, it's this place. So the final issue for me is, as somebody said, in politics it's always compared to what? And compared to a continuing, decaying one-party state, I would say, let's take the risks of coalitions, let's learn from the mistakes that have been made before, and let's inculcate a culture where even our former dominant party can be member of a coalition and be able to participate in that kind of political culture.
Thanks so much. Irfan?
Thank you. From the onset, and I think this will tackle your point, Rufus, Rise Mzansi deliberately engaged in building a base of support from the ground up. And it was because one of the things we said needs to change is a political culture. A culture, and you see it in many organizations, it's which position you're fighting for, which piece of the pie, and so on. Political culture is the behaviors displayed by even the ordinary members of those parties when you see them in public, when you see them even behind closed doors. It's the attitudes we have towards democracy, towards independent institutions. It's the belief in things that are vehemently counter to our constitution. And so for us, we took the time in these 11.5 months to be engaged in that process of, when we say the people must govern, what meaning and substance do we add to it from a grassroots level? Because none of us know the MP or MPL who's there, who've been there for the last 5 years, deployed to a constituency, because that constituency office has rather mimicked the party itself. When there's events or programs, we just call the party substructure and they must come. Not saying, you in this community, you in this constituency, we have to engage the entirety of this constituency, not just my own. And people have spoken here at length about the IDP process and all of that. And you see the same culture in that kind of process. It becomes a tick box. You just bus in members of a party that may even not wear the party's uniform, but by and large, you're just there to push an agenda. It's not to say, who is here in this constituency and how do I take forward my interests? So I agree with, I think Michael speaks about this, in the reforms we want, especially at electoral level, where we say 75% of our MPs and MPLs must be in constituencies where there's an ability to recall those people, should they not do their job, should they not engage those communities. Because we have to shift away from this party-dominant space that we have. And so why the emergence of so many different parties is because people don't feel represented. People don't feel like their views are carried by the established parties. And so you form a party based on that agenda, that you think you have a better option, and as a result, whether it's a constituency based in your church or a social setting, you're able to carry them with you to the ballot. We have 360 odd parties as a result of the system's failure that we're seeing. And so when you speak of service, I think there are many I've met across the party lines who are committed to that. The challenge is, no matter how good you are, the system in itself is designed to force you into this culture. And so we need those reforms massively, and we need civil society and public participation and political parties to be part of that. And it's clear there's certain parties who don't attend these things because they have no interest in changing the system. They want in so that it's a benefit to them. Lastly, and I see you lifting your mic because you want me to stop, I'd guard against the despair and disappointment and disillusionment. I think at the time we're in now is a moment for saying, how do we build citizen power? How do we organize as groups to engage the party we think is necessary, who has our values, who has our agenda in mind, who has a clear plan for tackling corruption, tackling poverty, inequality, which are our common enemies, and be able to give that support, or rather lend their support for those 5 years. In those 5 years, should you not achieve that, they must give it to somebody else who they trust. It's a culture shift from saying, we're just signing this, we're just going to vote for someone because we like the charisma of this leader. It needs to shift away from this messianic politics of a dominant, particularly male figure who is going to save us. There's no saviors coming to us. And I think that culture shift is necessary.
So I want to thank everyone. I have bosses ahead of me who heard me say I'm going to do a third round, and I got messages saying, no, you don't have that power. So I've been called to order. I want to say thank you to all the parties for attending. I mean, 3 hours is a very long time, and I know it's campaign season, but it is also that opportunity to meet the potential voters and representatives of civil society and organizations that are doing the hard work. And I hope this is not the last time that we see many of you in different times, in different spaces. I hope this is the first of many. And if you need us to do something, come knock on our door. If you're having a bad experience with a civil society organization, allow us to hold them accountable the same way we would hold you accountable as well, that this isn't a one-directional type of relationship. And I would also implore all of you to deeply think about what the types of structural reforms would look like in this country in a serious manner, both in your parties, in relation to civil society and the general public. Because, and I'll leave it on this, last year, AfriBarometer came out with one of the most frightening stats I've seen about South Africa, where it was essentially asking South Africans, if you were willing to forego democracy and instead have a dictator, would you accept that? And almost 70% of respondents said, I would rather have a dictator than democracy. It's an indictment on the nature of political culture in our society right now, and it's only going to get worse. However, I want to say thank you to all of you. We also want to push you that we want to take a photo. We, because of Election Watch, are really deeply invested in the integrity of the elections. We know all of your parties signed the electoral conduct. So we just want you to hold up, I'm being pointed at. Oh, wait, there we go. Yes, you can look at it. I don't think it's anything offensive, if you don't mind passing one down as you go along. It is nothing controversial, it is what we usually ask, but it is deeply because we want, and I think I might take that one. Do you want us to stand up, Zakira? Yeah, if we don't mind standing up. And it's just for us, because of our work as DOD with Election Watch. Are we good to go? Okay, so once again, if we can give them a round of applause, I'm sure some of them will be hanging around as we go along. And then I promise, I'm one to finish things on time, so I do promise that we will not take up too much of your time, but if you give me just 4 more minutes, that would be great. So, Mr. Brink, is that yours? You see the cooperation between parties. Okay, so I would like to talk about, if I can get everyone's attention, I won't be too long. I want to talk about the way forward, especially for a lot of our affiliates in the room and a lot of our partners. If you have not affiliated to DOD, please do consider talk to our organizations. We are a growing number. I think we're sitting on 36, if I'm not mistaken, to create this mass organization rather than just mass mobilization. So I'm not going to go, because most people were here. Zarka, I'm not going to go through the entire summary, otherwise we might kind of run out of time. But I just want everyone to know that, just as housekeeping, we did invite other parties. The other party that we did invite was the EFF in particular, who acknowledged the invite but then didn't send someone. So just to note that. I also do want to apologize from DOD. The gender representation wasn't great. We did ask the parties, so we were really dependent on who the party sends, but even in that situation, I probably should have been replaced by someone. So fully acknowledging that as well, and hopefully it does not happen again. This discussion is publicly available. We've been YouTube streaming it since about 8:30 this morning when I got that notification. And we'll be sharing it with our larger base of organizations who could not be present. We intend to do a write-up of this event. So you will get a summary. Instead of me reading out the entire summary and the notes, there will be a report on this event that captures all the comments, not all the comments, the key arguments that were made, especially from this morning session, as well as the session with both Obakeng and Wayne. And we hope to also develop a guideline from this discussion around the minimum set of coalition principles that will essentially put forward towards political parties ahead of the elections, bearing in mind that they begin to enter all their coalition agreements, ideally before the actual election day. Similarly, we'll canvass the views of a number of other organizations to get collective input on these guidelines. As you saw, we heard from Parry. One of our other partners, Mistra, has done a really good report that's highlighted the state of coalitions. So the point of there's tons of coalitions that work in this country. How do we find them? How do we learn from them is equally apparent. And as civil society, more generally, we have to do more to understand the accountability mechanisms for coalition governance. If you had noticed the question about how do we hold you accountable rather than your party holding you accountable, I really want an answer to that. Like which one an ordinary official of a political party leans towards, a citizen or the political organization. I think it's a deeply important one going forward. There was also issues raised about the integrity of the elections, so we just want to remind you all and urge you to register. If you haven't already, if you have the time, if there's organizations that you're part of, to register as an election observer with the IEC and with our Election Watch campaign. We are growing in our numbers. We've got a particular target in mind across the country. We are trying to not show, you know how everyone focuses on voter education and civic education as if on the day of elections participation stops. And we're trying to change that culture to make sure that participation happens on that day by getting individuals, organizations, being in the voting stations on one platform. To know more about it, please go onto our website and register for Election Watch. And we also want to ask the parties themselves to act with integrity leading up to the elections and to commit to upholding the credibility of elections, which we've seen by their pledge. So I want to say thank you so much to everyone who's given up their Saturday. I am pretty sure you're going to be giving up a lot more of your Saturdays going forward. If you are on the campaign trail or doing voter education, please get some sleep over the next 48 days. There's a lot that is going to happen, and we need to have our full focus and all our eyes open. This will be the most contested election, regardless of the results. It's the energy that is coming into this election that I think is deeply important, and we wouldn't want that energy to be misused in any particular way. And as one of the speakers said, there's no reason to doubt that previous elections were somehow fraud or anything like that. As I say to many people, my greatest fear is waking up the next morning and wondering, oh, were we prepared enough? So I'd rather be over-prepared. So thank you so much, and we will see you all soon at our next engagement. Stay safe.